Hello, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon, I guess. I am Mel Barrett, and this is Something's Off, where we talk about true crimey stuff that doesn't make sense to us. Today, we are starting our coverage of the Edrick Faust case out of Georgia. A lot of you know about this case already. Some of you may not have been able to watch the trial. Like me, I was not able to watch the trial, but everyone has been sort of asking us to cover it. And I, knowing what little I do know about the case, have been wanting to cover it myself. So I'm glad that um, the Law and Crime channel has all of the coverage of the case. I'm going to be doing this solo. Rebecca is, doing her day job and stuff. So it's just going to be you and me for the next probably week and a half while we cover this. And today we're going to go through the backstory of the case and what I have found out and researched about the pretrial stuff, which was complicated and a little crazy. And it definitely went into the trial. Some of the drama that was in pre-trial definitely flowed into the trial, and we're going to see that on the first day in opening arguments, which I plan to cover today as well. I expect this to be a little bit of a long feed, probably, I don't know, 3 hours or so, maybe. I don't know. We're going to actually listen to the opening arguments. We'll probably do it in, sped up time just a little bit so we can save some time. But there's a lot that goes on in this case. And the one thing I've noticed so far is that there are a lot of interruptions. They dismiss the jury like every 5 minutes. I mentioned that in the stream the other night. But on the other side of this quick break that we're about to take, we're going to get into the backstory and the pretrial. So hold on to your butts. Okay, I have all the caffeinated beverages here in front of me. I have coffee, I have Diet Coke. I may have to take a pee break at some point, but I will definitely not keep you guys hanging for too long. A few housekeeping things before we get going. First of all, thank you to Connie, Tina, Jilly Beans, and M Super Dork for becoming members. That's amazing. And a super shout out and a super thank you to everybody who joins us on these streams and who engages, who's become members. You guys, overnight, you put us over 5,000 subscribers, and that's crazy to me in a good way. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. We really need help, moving things around in the algorithm. And when you're a new channel starting out on YouTube, no matter what your background or history or experiences, it's hard to build a channel. And you all have helped us so much in the past. I think it's been 6 months at this point. We launched the channel in October of last year. And yeah, we are well over 5,000 this morning. And that's just crazy to me. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all the new memberships, all the hyping you do on the videos. The last video we did last night, the stream Rebecca and I did, has been hyped quite a bit. And I appreciate that. It's helping us move up in the leaderboard, which is, I don't know, crazy. If you want to help out in any other way, we have a store, we have merch. You can get merch, you can rep Something's Off. You can tip. There's a QR code on the screen, and I will put up our little banner as well. Tips help us keep this thing afloat. You know what I mean? Why is it not showing up? That's weird. Let me see if I can get this background going. Sorry, guys, doing a little bit of housekeeping of my own over here. Backgrounds. Thank you. So we've also had some people. I'm just gonna put this one up. Yeah. We've also had some people make us little, what do we call them? They're not really icons. I guess they are icons. But one of our friends, Liz, sent us over some graphics that I'm going to be adding to the channel in the next day or so. So you'll be able to see that. We've got the You're Hot and we've got the I'll allow it and all that. So pretty exciting stuff. Thanks for making that stuff for us. Also, I don't think Amanda's in the chat today because I believe she's on vacation. I don't know why my QR code. I'm all over the place. Sorry, you guys. Um, Amanda's on vacation, but she normally does our chapters for us. So when she gets back, she's probably going to be following up with some of the chapters on these videos. I plan to cover the Edrick Faust case every day until its completion, except for weekends, because I have a bunch of stuff to do on the weekends. I edit for another show. I edit for I Think Not, which some of you know, Ella Marie Marsh and Joey Taranto, two of my besties. I do their rundown for them. So my weekends are booked with that. But Monday through Friday, starting today, Tuesday, I plan to cover the Faust trial all the way through. So thanks for becoming a member, Heidi. Appreciate that. And hello to everybody in the chat. Let's see. 10K by the summer. I hope so. That would be amazing, Cindy. I mean, my hair is crazy today. Thank you for saying that it's on fleek, Kristen. I struggled with it, but it's got hairspray in it, so hopefully it's going to stay. And if not, it'll get a little bit wild in here. Um, he has a hearing. Oh, Foss has a hearing on June 12th. Awesome. That's for his appeal. I think they have a strong appeal in this case. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I haven't gone through everything. I've watched a little bit. I've watched the first 3 or 4 days of the trial. Um, but from what I'm seeing, the way the judge handled this, I know the judge was ruling by the letter of the law, but I think there's some leeway for oh gosh, I just lost his name. Ahmad Cruz, Faust's attorney. I think there's some leeway in the arguments that he has, which we're going to get into in a minute, because I do want to cover all this pretrial stuff. So the thing that's frustrating about this case is a lot of what was determined in the actual trial happened in pretrial, but we didn't get to see those hearings. I haven't been able to find them anywhere, but I have looked through some of the motions and I have looked through the rulings, and I've also watched interviews with Ahmad. Melanie Little did a great interview with Ahmad Cruz, and so I'm going to probably reference that today. So I would definitely go check out Melanie Little's interview with Ahmad. She also did really great coverage of the trial. She's a lawyer though, and I'm not. So I just want to state that off the top. I am not a lawyer. I'm not here to give legal advice. I am here to give my journalistic and humanistic opinion on these trials. And from what I have heard, this one is going to be right up my alley because one of the things that I fight hardest for are people that I think have been wrongfully convicted or who have received really harsh sentencing. And not only was Faust, from what I've heard, wrongfully convicted, he also received an incredibly harsh sentence. I think he received 2 life sentences plus 45 years or some crazy shit like that. So we're gonna dive into it. Let me go through some of these chats before we get going. There are a lot. Hello from Australia. Ooh, it's late there. Yes, I had somebody else ask me if I could do different time for some of these streams, and I would really love to accommodate everybody, but the schedule sometimes just doesn't work out, especially for Australia. I know I do a lot of guest appearances for Crime Scene. You may have met Mari and Sarah from Crime Scene Pod. They were on my Newslight show. And usually when I record with them, it's like at 9 or 10 o'clock at night because Sarah's in Australia. So I understand the time difference. It sucks. If I can do later streams, I will. But I can't guarantee it. I just wanted to put that out there. D Cools, wait a minute. There's a blizzard in New Hampshire. No, it's going to be like 85 degrees here in Maryland in the next few days. That makes me sad. I am ready for winter to be over. I am ready for spring. I'm ready to get into it. Um, I live for now. Thank you, Mel, for the stream. More eyes need to be on this. Foss got railroaded, in my opinion. That is what I'm hearing. Good morning from Athens, Georgia. This is your neck of the woods. Let's see. Hey, Ray Witch. Next witness. Thank you, Mel. I've found the missing piece to make my videos in this case great. Let's hope so. I hope I can deliver for you guys. It's just there's so much drama and controversy in this case and in the live trial. To me, just what I've seen so far, I'm seeing racism. I am seeing condescension from the judge. I'm seeing lawyers. I'm not used to seeing lawyers fight the way that they're doing. Even if you think about the Karen Reed case with the second trial with between Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson and the defense team, it's nothing compared to what I'm seeing here. And one of the things that I love so far, and I wish more lawyers were like this. Ahmad Cruz is fighting for his client. And he's doing it standing in front of the judge, standing in front of the state, and he's calling them out on their bullshit. And I want to see more of that. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Cindy. Dot, Pimabo, Jilly Beans. This is my new Roman Empire, Carrie says. I love it. I didn't watch this trial at all and know nothing yet, Kitty said. Oh shit, sorry. I didn't mean to give out spoilers. I feel like everyone already knows what happens in this case, but I'll try to be better about that. I'll try not to give out as many spoilers. Cyberchick Boston, hello, love. Star-shaped heart, buckle up, chat. This is a wild one. Yep. 5K. I can't believe it. Yesterday we were at, I think we were at like 4,930. And this morning when I woke up, we were close to 5,200 subscribers, which is just nuts. So thank you again to all of you. Hey there, Heidi from Myrtle Beach. Oh, your first live. I'm so happy you're here. Ray Witt, I love your new studio. The ivy up top is very gay. Yes, so gay. Most of this is gay. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see this. My sister-in-law, she does trilling. I can't remember what it's called. It's where you roll up the paper and you make designs, and she makes the most beautiful designs. Um, I will post her website somewhere. I have to grab it and then I'll post it. Okay. Let's see. Cruz is amazing. He showed up at the fundraiser for him and held a couple weeks ago and said he would match if they could raise 1,000. That's awesome. I don't know. Does anyone in the chat know if Cruz is handling the appeal? Probably not, but just question. Okay. Also, I'm working with a new mic, and so let me know if my sound is weird at all. Just give me a heads up. It's very touchy. I have to put it through an audio interface, so even if I just touch the dial a little bit, it like either peaks really loud or it's too low. So, um, this is interesting. I was just doing research on this in the past couple of days, Carrie. Carrie says that there's a connection between the Congressman Houston Gaines, who sponsored the Coleman Baker Act, and his uncle, whose girlfriend was murdered in a similar way, and the DA, and I can't fully figure it out. I watched the press conference with the family when they were just breaking, like, that they had arrested somebody, and they had arrested Edrick Faust. And I think it's tough sometimes, especially in the prosecutor's office, when you have a family, you're trying to get justice for the family, and the family is very emotional. And this family has been fighting for 25 years, and there was an actual law with Tara Baker's name on it. So I think, the prosecutors often feel beholden to the family, which they should. They are the victims in the case. But sometimes it goes overboard. I always think about the O.J. Simpson verdict, and when the prosecution team came out and did a press conference after the verdict. And I remember how emotional everybody was because they felt like they had let the family down. Um, and partly they did, and part of it they just couldn't do anything about. OJ had an amazing defense team. So let's see. They're trying to get Brian Steele to do it, but the family needs 150,000. Okay, well, if there are any fundraisers happening that are active online fundraisers, let me know and I will post the links to those fundraisers so that we can try to help out. so far over 50,000 in the Give Send Go. Can somebody post the Give Send Go in the comments so that I can make sure to put that in the episode description? That would be super helpful. And I'm going to freeze for just a second because I got to move some things around here. Okay. Let me grab my notes. I have like 10 pages of notes for this first episode. So, buckle up. All right. Let's start from the beginning though. Okay. This murder happened in 2001 when Tara Baker was a 23-year-old first year University of Georgia law student. Um, she On the night that this happened, on January 18th, she was studying, apparently, allegedly, at the library, January 18th, 2001, and she left the library around 9:45. And then on January 19th, 2001, firefighters found her body in her burning apartment, and it was one day before her 24th birthday. The initial autopsy in this case revealed that Tara, I'm not sure, had been alive before the fire started. And they found soot in her airways and carbon monoxide in her blood. So she was definitely alive when the fire was set. She was also sexually assaulted and severely beaten. And her cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and uh, a ligature strangulation and a stab wound that went through her jugular. So it was pretty heinous. To me, that sounds like overkill. To me, that sounds very personal. I've heard a lot of people say that, and we're going to get into that. They didn't. So this is 2001. We have to think about, what crime scene investigation was like back then, and especially with a fire, which is usually someone sets a fire because they want to destroy evidence, which in this case they did. There were a couple of things that the firefighters noticed when they walked into the house, or they finally got into the house. They said they could see there was lots of smoke. Obviously, there was fire happening in the bedroom, and they could see these burning. They called them eyes, the red eyes, but they meant the eyes of the stove. So it was like an electric burner. All of the knobs in the stove had been pulled off and set on the counter. And from what they gathered, a chenille blanket had been placed on top of the stove, set on fire, and then I believe it was put back on Tara's body, or in the room with her. All of the doors to the apartment were locked. Tara had, I believe, 2 roommates, maybe more, but as far as I know from witness testimony so far, I think there's 2. Um, Front door, back door was locked, and the only entryway that they thought could have been entry and exit was there was a screen that had been sort of ripped off, and was, like, lying around outside. So they also thought this could be a robbery, and actually, Faust was charged with robbery, which is crazy, um, because nothing was stolen. The only thing that was stolen in the whole apartment was her laptop. There were computers and jewelry were left behind. The front and back doors locked, dead bolted from the inside. Her bedroom door was also locked. There was a bent kitchen window screen that was found outside. There were white marks found on the windowsill and the door. So obviously, someone tried to clean up after themselves. There were no usable suspect fingerprints, and that's because of being wiped down and because of the fire. Okay. So, oh, I live for now. Thanks so much for becoming a new member. You're amazing. I appreciate you. All right. So the agencies that were involved, this took place in Athens, Clark County, Georgia. So Athens, Clark County Police Department and the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or the GBI, were investigating this case. One of the first suspect leads they had was that a witness, Detective Ricketts, documented a neighbor's tip. So a neighbor saw this about a white male. Keep that in mind. A white male in t-shirt and jeans running from the back of the apartment around 7:45 a.m. And at the time, Tara was dating a guy named Chris Melton. He's going to become very important in this investigation, in the future investigation, and in the trial. He was investigated His DNA was taken, and he had a ton of scratches and like his hands. If you all remember the Karen Reed trial, if you remember Colin Albert's fists and the way that they looked, this is 100 times worse. And I'm going to show you pictures of Chris Melton's hands. This was just a few days. These pictures were taken a few days after. Can you guys see that? Um, Taken a few days after Tara was murdered. I mean, look at this guy's hands. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah. I can't stop thinking about these pictures. I can't stop thinking about his hands. So, Chris Melton was investigated. His DNA was taken. Scratches on his hands were noted days later. Also, this is also incredibly important to pretrial stuff, to the initial investigation, to the second investigation. In Tara's hand, Caucasian hairs were found. They were also found on the weapon, which was a knife. Melton could not be definitively linked. We're not sure why right now. There were a couple of other persons of interest in Tara's circle. Investigators briefly looked at a local lawyer and a member of her study group. So Tara was either working for or interning at a local law firm, and one of the lawyers there she had gotten friendly with. I don't know if she'd gone on a date with them, gone out to drinks, something, but it's a sort of a local legend as far as I understand it, or a local rumor and speculation that he might be the one. He also had bruises and scratches on his hands. He also retired or quit the law firm shortly after Tara died, and then he left the state. I did hear some commentary from Ahmad Cruz that they don't think it's this guy, and this guy hasn't been named, and I don't want to name him because he's not a suspect in this case anymore. And Ahmad Cruz seems to think that this is not their guy and that he got a really like raw deal from the investigators back then. So we're leaving him alone. The only two people, well, the only person of interest at this point in time back in 2001 was Chris Melton, who was Tara's boyfriend. Um, and a couple of things happened. I mean, again, we're kind of dealing with Keystone Cops here in 2001. 2001 protocols were they basically they took DNA evidence, they swabbed the crime scene, they swabbed Tara's remains, and right off the bat, the swabs were mislabeled. That's one of the things that I think really screwed up this investigation. The swabs were labeled oral and they should have been labeled vaginal. And they were also where the hairs had been found in her hand and on her body and on the weapon. In the evidence envelopes where the hairs should have been, they were empty. No one knows where they are. So, all right. So the fire definitely like obliterated a lot of the evidence too. Like, don't get me wrong here. Like that there were mistakes made by the cops, but the fire was the main culprit. In 2001, the DNA testing could not isolate a suspect profile from the degraded and mixed samples. There was also a lack of digital footprint because obviously 2001, we didn't have a ton of CCTV. Only a certain percentage of the population had cell phones, and so there wasn't a lot of cell phone data available at the time. There was also no cell phone video because we didn't even have those capabilities yet. Um, and then the case just sort of went cold from there. The investigation was stalled. It was officially handed to a cold case investigator named John Newton in 2005, but it was cold from that point on. And the family really fought hard though. For the next, 20 some odd years, 22 years, they Brian Kemp, who was the governor, he's not is he still the governor of Georgia? People from Georgia, let me know in the chat. They finally signed the Coleman Baker Act into law, and it was named in honor of Tara Baker and Rhonda Coleman, who was another Georgia cold case victim. And basically, this act they mandated mandated actually the GBI cold case unit became a thing, and it specialized within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. and they were specifically funded and staffed to review unsolved homicides. So when that case happened, when that law was enacted, they were able to sort of open up Tara's case again. And of course, her name is in the title of the law. So it would be one of the first cases that they looked into. The catch here, this is a big catch, is that to have a case accepted by this new unit under the act, this is where everything starts to get screwy. Local police, essentially, they have to admit that they've hit a complete rock hard dead end and they cannot actively pursue current suspects. Let that sink in for a second. Put a pin in it. This requirement of the new law forced the investigators to legally, like by law, they had to pivot away from their historical focus on Chris Melton. He was the only suspect at the time, all the way up until 2023, which then allowed the GBI to take a completely fresh look at the evidence. So because this law was enacted, I'm going to say this again so it makes sense, because I had to read it a few times like, what? When this law was enacted, in order for a case to be accepted into this new unit of the GBI, the local investigators had to say, we are no longer looking into any other suspects. We've cleared everybody. This is a complete brick wall, cold case. We can't move any further with this. So they kind of exonerated Chris Melton just to be able to hand this case over to the GBI. And to me, that if I were the family, I'd be pissed. But I'm starting to think that the family is on Chris's side. At least her best friends seem to be on Chris's side. Tara's best friends. Does that make sense to any of you all? When I read it, I was like, you got to be kidding me. In order for the GBI, which is like a higher level, I would think it's almost like the FBI, like a local FBI. Actually, it might be FBI. Do they work with the FBI? The GBI is a really good investigative unit in this country. And in order for them to have a bigger budget for the investigation and for them to, deal with new forensics, and I think it all comes down to money, honestly, because the locals didn't have the money to do the forensic testing that needed to be done, the modern forensic testing that needed to be done. And so in order for the GBI to take this case over, they literally had to say, we have no further investigation into Chris Melton. All of our leads have dried up. There's nothing else to investigate here as far as this guy is concerned. So we've hit a brick wall. So that's the only way that the case goes to the GBI. I think that is a huge, huge mistake in this case. But that's what they did. And as soon as the GBI took it over in early 2024, they decided they wanted to re-examine the newly formed GBI unit took possession of the entire case file, obviously. And instead of focusing on witness interviews, they really, really zeroed in on the physical evidence that had been preserved from the 2001 autopsy, specifically those mislabeled oral/vaginal swabs. They then utilized a company in California that did DNA extraction techniques that were not available to anybody in 2001. And they submitted an unknown male's DNA. An unknown male DNA profile was found on Tara Baker's body, and they put it into the FBI CODIS, and the CODIS came back with a definitive hit. Edrick Faust. Faust was an Athens local who ran a pressure washing business at the time of the murder and had a prior felony record, which is why his DNA was in CODIS. So that's a lot. I know that DNA, like often when I'm looking at cases or investigating something new, and I see that there's new DNA evidence, my brain automatically goes, okay, they found the person. If you think about the Golden State Killer, if you think about really anybody, if you think about Rex Heuermann, the Long Island serial killer, they found his DNA on a piece of pizza that he threw away in a public trash can. Generally, when you think about DNA, you're like, okay, well, that's it. That case is done. We know who the guy is. They like just yesterday, there were new documents that came out in the Matthew Farwell, Sandra Birchmore case. They found Matthew Farwell's DNA on the ligature that was found around Sandra's neck. That seems pretty solid to me, right? This is not solid, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to try to tell you why, because I'm not a scientist either. I'm not a lawyer or a scientist, but I think I understand um, the science that was used here to some extent. So we're going to go through it. Um, with the DNA match as probable cause, the GBI and Athens Clarke County Police moved in and they arrested Faust. He was apprehended without incident at a local Walmart while purchasing some juice. He was then charged with this 23-year-old murder, and he was indicted on 12 felony counts, including malice murder, felony murder, rape, aggravated sodomy, arson, and aggravated assault. A lot of charges. Um, and then we're starting to move now into the pretrial stuff. And this is where everything is very screwy to me. The investigation, the state handed over 25 years worth of investigative materials in 2025. So the trial started in February. There were over 25,000 documents, videos, audio files, and they were all handed over to Ahmad Cruz. So we had to go through all these files, 25,000 files, in just a matter of months because they moved quickly to try this case. The defense fought. They were fighting to suppress some of the DNA match evidence, and because the 2001 swabs had been mislabeled, like we talked about, but they also were calling the science used to figure out the DNA junk science, basically. So they did this thing that's called the Lugol's iodine testing, and we're going to get into that in a minute. The third prong of this, the battles that happened pre-trial, and this is the biggest one in my opinion, was the state was fighting tooth and nail to use Georgia's rape shield status to block the defense from pointing the finger back at Chris Melton. The defense was going to go with a third party culprit defense, meaning they're going to point the finger at Chris Melton. The prosecution didn't want them to do that. Chris Melton was going to testify for them. And so they were pushing hard to have the Georgia's rape shield laws, which this is a two-sided sword here, obviously. I believe in rape shield laws when it comes to victims who are alive and who are taking the stand. I don't believe that victims of sexual assault should be slut shamed ever. Male, female, doesn't matter. But in this case, the victim in this case is no longer with us, and she hasn't been here for 25 years. Um, and the defense, Ahmad Cruz is an incredibly respectful, kind, gentle man, it seems. And he, in no way, did I think that he would ever disrespect this victim. And he was not looking to slut shame her. He was only looking to bring in statements about Chris Melton's possible guilt in this situation. So that's the stuff. Those are the three things that we're really going to talk about in the pretrial stuff. But I will say also in January of 2026, the state did offer Edrick Faust a plea deal. The state offered that if he pled guilty to all the charges, they would give him a life sentence with the possibility of parole, provided that he waived his right to appeal, which is crazy. Because if you haven't done this, I talk about this all the time. I talked about it with the Pamela Smart case. I talk about it with Darlie Routier. I've talked about it with a lot of cases where somebody has been charged with a heinous crime. They're offered a plea deal. Hey, we won't give you life without parole or the death penalty. If you take this plea and you say you did it, you'll get the option of parole somewhere down the line, maybe 25, 30 years down the line. If you are innocent, if you did not do this crime, would you take that plea deal? or would you go fight? I think most people, I can speak for myself, if somebody offered me a plea deal for something that I didn't have anything to do with, I would fight it. I would fight it as hard as I possibly could. I might lose, which is what, happens more often than not. But why would you say you did something? Why would you say that you were guilty of murder if you didn't, in fact, do that murder? It doesn't make any sense to me. And the state gets this over on a lot of people because they either can't afford a good defense to go to trial. They have, public defenders, and there's nothing wrong with public defenders. Some of them are, I think, are even better than trial, like regular defense attorneys, trial lawyers. Um, but why would you say you did something that you didn't do, especially murder? That's always my question. When somebody turns down a plea deal, it makes me think. It gets me thinking, like maybe they didn't actually do this. So we're going to get into the contested science in a minute. Let me get caught up with the chat really quick. All right. We got lots of comments about the GBI. All doors were locked. Yes. All doors were locked inside the apartment. And his stories are inconsistent with regards to his hands. Yeah, I think we were talking about Chris Melton there. I Live for Now. Okay. Thanks for the recap, Mel. I wasn't able to catch the ins and outs of this one. Yeah, you're going to be doing this with me. So I've been researching for the past week, and it's overwhelming the amount of it's a lot of legalese. It's a lot of arguments that don't make sense probably to a general public or the layperson, and you really have to like dig into the laws that they're referencing and the cases that they're referencing to really understand what's going on here. So I've been watching a bit of Melanie Little's stream. I have been doing a ton of research and looking at case law. But again, I'm not a lawyer, so I hope that I can help break this down. Let's see. Carrie says a key point for me was that Tara was excelling and Chris was on a downward slide. He gave up higher education and became a plumber. Feels like a DV fuel. Yeah. And we'll get into their relationship a little bit more too. If Cruz had been able to go the route that he wanted to, he would have been able to bring up testimony that Chris Melton actually said in 2001 that he and Tara hadn't had sex, and then he changed his story, I think in 2024, to say, well, maybe we had sex like a few days before or 6 days before or something like that. There were also phone calls between the two in the days leading up to her murder that were very short and just like rapid fire. And to me, that always says like people are arguing. They weren't seeing each other a lot. The week after Tara was murdered, Chris went on dates with like her friends and stuff. I don't know. It's just too much there. All right. Pimaba said the DA sure embraced Melton's clearing. Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, it's easier for them if they only have one person that they can pin it on, you know? But imagine I'm worried about this jury. From what I've been hearing, the makeup of the jury was majority white, and Edrick Faust is a black man, and Ahmad Cruz is a black man. The DA, I'm not sure what his race is, but he does have darker skin, and I feel one of the things that I've noticed so far that has really bothered me is the way the judge speaks to Ahmad Cruz and the way the prosecutors speak to Ahmad Cruz. It's almost like they're infantilizing him, and that really, really bothers me. We'll get into it, obviously. I Live for Now said, yep, the family stopped talking to Chris until 2020. That's when the podcast came out, but the family thought they knew who did it. Carrie said, I think when people hear DNA, they think that's it, but it could have been touch DNA. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Okay. Did Faust and Tara know each other at all new to this case? No. No, they did not. And Faust had said he had never been in that apartment. He had never even really hung out and been over there. The one thing that could have helped the defense in this case, but they weren't allowed to bring it up in front of the jury. And you're going to see a very dramatic moment when they tried, is They received a tip. I don't know if the defense received the tip. I'm not sure who received the tip, but a tip came in that Tara had been seen at a local Mexican restaurant the night before her murder. So, in between the time that she left the law library and she was found in her apartment, she had gone out and had a few drinks at this Mexican restaurant. Um, and so Ahmad Cruz wanted to posit that that is possibly how Edrick Faust's DNA got inside of Tara's mouth, because that's the only place where his DNA was found, was inside of her mouth. She could have met him there. They could have both been at the restaurant at the same time. There were so many things that could have happened that would explain why his DNA was in her mouth. Because here's the thing, not to get too graphic, although we're going to have to. This case has a lot, there's a lot that's graphic in this case. This woman was sodomized brutally, bruises, seminal fluid. She was raped, she was beaten, and she was stabbed, and she was strangled. If Edrick Faust did all of those things, his DNA would more than likely be in her mouth, around her anus, in her vagina, on the ligature, on the weapon. And as far as I understand it, the only place they found his DNA was in her mouth. That, to me, if I'm sitting on this jury and that's what they tell me, that's reasonable doubt. But what do I know about reasonable doubt? Okay. His stepmother lived a block away, Carrie said. Yeah. So he could have been in the neighborhood. There are a few witnesses that I've noticed will take the stand and they will identify at very early in the morning, like 8 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning, something like that. Several witnesses identify a black man wearing an orange shirt walking down the street. And that's it. That's all they got. But there's also a neighbor, like I said before, who witnessed a white man wearing a t-shirt and jeans running away from Tara's apartment. So you tell me, a black guy walking down the street, more than likely going to Walmart because people cut through this like little grassy area to get to Walmart, walking casually to go wherever, or a white dude running. You know, again, I don't understand that the prosecution literally has nothing on Edrick Faust except for a speck of DNA in Tara's mouth. And Edrick Faust says he didn't know her and he'd never been to her place. Oh, my stomach is growling. Can you hear that? Sorry. I thought his DNA came up because he did a 23andMe ancestry test. I believe from the research I've done, he did have a felony conviction. And so his DNA was actually in CODIS, and that's how they figured out. They ran CODIS on him. Sharon said, "Thank you so much for going over this case. I watched the trial on Melanie's channel. I was literally crying my eyes out when verdict was read, devastated and disgusted at the same time." That's what I expect to happen. Yes. Um, I I don't know if I understand this comment. You guys help me out with this. Carrie said, "I think beyond the rape shield slur, shaming, there was an implied you can't say she would have dated a black man." Are you saying that, I mean, obviously that doesn't have anything to do with the law. This is just politics and racism in the South is what I'm assuming that you're talking about. But clarify if I'm wrong. Let's see. Yeah, Carrie said, given his age, it wasn't much of a deal that they offered him. Absolutely. Okay. Oh my God, my stomach, you guys. I ate before I came down here. Okay. He went to a concert the day there was a memorial. You're talking about Chris Melton. Yeah, Chris Melton acted really weird in the weeks after. Definitely race related, horrific, Helena said. Okay. Yeah. So memory said the defense missed the huge opportunity to discredit the DNA with touch DNA expert testimony. I haven't gotten to the defense's side of things, and I think I heard that they don't put on a case, which does disappoint me quite a bit. I think they should have, but yeah, we'll get there. You Bite My Bit said I thought it was 10 days before. The amount of time is important. You thought what was 10 days before? Yeah, Chris Melton's DNA was inside of her. Yes. Okay. Memory said he, meaning Chris, changed his story when the GBI investigator told him they needed him to have a shorter window, a time frame. Yes, I heard that too. Oh, Chris had said 10 days at one point. He did say 10 days. He then changed it to 6 days, and that's the difference. Was the DNA Tuesday said, was the DNA planted or changed? It was mishandled, that's for sure. I don't know about that. That wasn't something that I've seen so far. Okay. Yeah. So Bite My Bit said, but only his DNA, not hers. What the fuck? To me, that says they got it off his water bottle. Who knows? I want to say too, I only know what I know about this case so far is what I've read in the pretrial stuff, the opening statements, and a couple of days of testimony. Other than that, I am so if I say something wrong or I'm it's conjecture or I'm positing something, try to be nice to me because I haven't gotten all the information yet. So I'm going to be doing a lot of this with you all. Only the laptop was taken. Yep, the laptop was taken, and that was always very strange to me. To me, that sounds like somebody who knew her and didn't want what was on her laptop to get out there. And again, that makes me think of Chris Melton or the lawyer dude. Meemaw, hi fellow cupcake. All right. Yeah, Helena said Tara and Edric could have shared a cigarette or he might have finished her drink. Maybe they kissed. Who knows? Edric is handsome, Tara's handsome. Yeah, absolutely. None of that really matters though. They should have been able to put on a defense, and that's the problem that I'm finding here. We're going to get into it in just a second. Hello, Melanie. Hello, everybody. Okay, I think I've gotten through all the comments. If you guys are here and you appreciate the work and the channel, please don't forget to like the video. Please subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Share, comment, do what you can do to help us with the algorithm. And if you want, you can send over a tip. The QR code is up top and also on the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I Chastity says, "I think Chris Melton, someone with a key considering the deadbolt was locked." They did establish that Chris didn't all the roommates and Chris, as far as I understand it, testified that he did not have a key to the apartment. It doesn't mean that he couldn't have taken her key while he was there. So easy. Anyway, okay. Let's talk about the contested science. This part is really interesting to me. So the prosecution really anchored their case. Hold on a sec. My stomach is really rumbly. The prosecution centered their case on this DNA match. It's all they had, really, from what I'm gathering. But the defense was really critical of it, as they should have been, because the methods that they used to analyze this like decades old DNA evidence, they use this thing called the Lugol iodine test, which I mentioned before. And Ahmad Cruz calls this junk science, and I can understand why. I'm going to try to break down what the Lugol iodine test is, and hopefully we can figure it out together. So it's historically been used to test swabs for the presence of vaginal fluid, right? So it's used by gynecologists actually. Um, but in this case, we're going to talk about the science of DNA here. So because vaginal epithelial cells are rich in glycogen, especially in premenopausal women, which Tara would have been, applying the Lugol's test to a swab, it's going to stain those specific cells brown or like a mahogany color. and that would indicate that the swab contacted the inside of a vagina. The problem is the test is purely presumptive, not confirmatory. So there are always false positives. Glycogen is not exclusive to vaginal cells. I mean, we should know that. It's also found in the male urethra, the mouth, hello, the anal tract, and the skin. If an oral swab is tested with Lugol's iodine, it can stain positive because of oral glycogen, leading investigators to mistakenly label it a vaginal swab. So I just want to say that again. This test in particular is presumptive, not confirmatory. It cannot confirm the DNA. What it can do is it can find glycogen, right? But that is not exclusive to what's in your vagina. Sorry to be so graphic, but that's what's happening. Oh, here for the tea is late, and I'm glad you're starting at the beginning, because if you're just coming in right now, I'm talking about vaginas and anal tracts. Good times. Happy Tuesday. The mouth. Okay, so it can be found in the male urethra, the mouth, the anal tract, and the skin. Okay. So it again, it can stain positive because of oral glycogen, leading investigators to mistakenly label it vaginal. How was this let in? How did the judge let this in? Oh my God. Okay. Age and degradation. Glycogen degrades over time. In cold cases like the 23-year-old Baker case, bacterial action and time break down glycogen. The test relies on a technician looking through a microscope and making a subjective visual judgment on the shade of brown, yellow of a specific cell. Did you hear what I just said? Glycogen breaks down over time. And this test, the Lugol iodine test, relies on a technician looking through a microscope and making a subjective visual judgment on the shade of brown of a specific cell. Come on, you guys. Come on. Because there's no universally accepted confirmatory chemical test specifically for vaginal fluid, unlike blood or semen, which have high specific markers, obviously. The state relies heavily on this presumptive iodine staining. This is exactly why defense attorneys like Ahmad Cruz characterize it as junk science. When prosecutors present a Lugol's test to a jury as absolute, irrefutable proof that a sexual assault occurred or that a swab is definitively vaginal. Um, so this test was not performed back in 2001. They had those mislabeled oral vaginal swabs, and they didn't test any of them with the Lugol's iodine test. They didn't test it until 2024. So the GBI cold case unit, when they renewed the investigation, they sent the swabs off to California to have them tested. Okay, I'm already frustrated. We haven't even started. So in 2001, medical examiners during the autopsy, they collected various swabs from Tara's body. For 23 years, certain swabs sat in evidence lockers explicitly labeled as oral swabs. Dumb Keystone cops. This is a murder, y'all. What the? Okay. Oh, thanks for becoming a new member, Helena. Appreciate that. Broken Baker would have lost his mind had he seen this case. Oh, thanks for the tip, Chastity. That's sweet of you. They wanted someone other than the boyfriend and were just lucky to find Faust, Wildcat said. Melanie said the judge gave Ani Bias Bev a run for her money. Hold my white claw. Yeah, I said yesterday that the judge in this case sat firmly in the middle between Judge McCarthy Neiman, Kelsey Fitzsimmons' old judge, the one who sent her back to prison after she had already been sent home, and Judge Bev. This Judge Lott is in the middle somewhere between those two women. Uh, Gust Wind said, I want to see the entire police interrogation with Edrick. They only showed the ending. Yeah, and there was an argument about that too. The prosecution only wanted to let the jury hear the interrogation, which is so messed up. Video, watching someone's expression, watching their body language tells you a lot about what they're saying. A lot of times voices don't match body language. So the idea, I mean, to me, that just sounds like the prosecution, knowing that the evidence that they have, evidence, I say in quotes, is so weak that they don't even want to show video to the jury, which is crazy. Okay. Is Broken Baker here? Hi, Broken Baker. Hello, love. Glad you're here. Broken Baker's going to come on our show in the next few weeks, I think. Okay. Lisa Lot is a lot. Yeah. Kendra said because he was genuinely shocked and they didn't want anyone to see that. Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about Edrick Faust in the interrogation tape. He was shocked and they were worried the jury would see that and be like, oh, this guy didn't do it, which is really shady, in my humble opinion. Okay. So we got through the Lugal iodine test. The cold case reexamination in 2024. They wanted to apply sort of modern forensic techniques to the old evidence. They packaged up those 23-year-old swabs, sent them to a private forensic facility in California called Pure Gold Forensics. It reminds me of like what was that show? Star Search, Pure Gold Dancers, Pure Gold Forensics. At the California lab, a forensic analyst named Missy Leome was tasked with evaluating the swabs. She applied the Lugol's test to 2 of the swabs that had been labeled oral since 2001. And because the iodine test stained positive for glycogen, the analyst concluded the swabs likely contained vaginal epithelial cells. Now, here's the thing. They've been saying that these swabs were mislabeled, oral and vaginal, but what if they actually weren't? What if they actually were oral swabs and she's just deciding because she sees some form of brown or mahogany show up on the Lugol test that, oh, they must have been mislabeled. They are vaginal swabs. That was my first thought. I don't know if that's factual, but that was my first thought when I heard it. Let's see. Okay. The 2024 test result allowed the prosecution to argue that the 2001 investigators had simply mislabeled the evidence. Yeah. And that these were actually vaginal swabs containing the killer's DNA. What? That's a leap. That's a big friggin' leap. Are you kidding me? Ugh. The things that prosecutors can get away with and the power that judges have in this country, still, it just blows my mind every time. Every time I see a case like this, it blows my mind. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. So the presumptive test relying on degrading cellular glycogen being performed 23 years after the swabs were collected was exactly why Ahmad Cruz fought so hard to have the test thrown out as junk science, and they should have been. I don't know why the judge ruled in the way that she did. Chris Melton, he was the primary person of interest. He was the primary person of interest for over 2 decades. But he was cleared through 2 distinct phases of the investigation. And I'm going to tell you how he was cleared. And I don't feel like these are very solid, but this is what happened. So during the initial investigation, the Athens Clarke County Police Department, they were kind of scrutinizing, like pretty heavily scrutinizing Melton. He was cleared, or I don't want to say he was cleared. The case stalled and they couldn't move forward is the way I look at it. And the 2 reasons why the case stalled is because A, he had an alibi. At least he said he had an alibi. Melton provided a timeline for his whereabouts on the morning of January 19th, which is the morning that they found Tara's body. He claimed he was at his workplace, which was Nash Plumbing, and running errands. This was partially corroborated because he had bank records and there was surveillance footage because it was a bank. And a branch manager from Wachovia Bank in Loganville testified that Melton rushed in and made a withdrawal at 9:12 a.m. When I hear that, to me it sounds like he was making sure that he was seen or that someone knew where he was. It's kind of like somebody commits a crime and they make sure they go to the gas station to make sure they have a receipt saying they were somewhere else. You know what I mean? At the time. Or a movie. There was one case what was it? It might have been a fictional case. I'm probably getting the two things confused. But somebody bought a movie ticket. Someone bought a movie ticket, never went to the movie. It was fiction. Totally fiction. It was in the Corman Strike series. And I don't want to give away spoilers, so I won't talk about that anymore. Okay. Let's see. Melton was cooperative, apparently, with investigators in the beginning. He gave up his DNA. He did buccal swabs. He sat for police interviews. He did all that stuff. Um, the investigators did obviously note the scratches on his hands, which I'm going to bring up on the screen again because it's just too much for me. I mean, they took pictures. They wanted to make sure that they knew, like they wanted him to know that they were looking at him. And these are the pictures of his busted hands. God. Let's see. So they noted the scratches on his hands after the murder. They found Caucasian hairs on Baker's body and the murder weapon. And of course, the DNA testing was limited in 2001. So the technicians couldn't extract a clear, definitive genetic profile of the killer from the degraded, fire damaged autopsy swabs to compare against Melton's DNA. So there's basically there's no smoking gun and he's got a partial alibi. So they cleared him. They cleared this guy because they wanted to hand the case over to the GBI. If you came in late, one of the things that we talked about originally is the reason why Chris Melton was completely cleared in this case is because the new law that was enacted in 2023 that has Tara Baker's name on it allowed the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to reopen a cold case. The only way they could reopen that cold case is if the local police had hit a brick wall with the investigation, they had no more leads, and they had exhausted their suspects. So in order for the GBI to take on Tara's case, the local police, Athens County, had to say, yeah, he's cleared. We can't go any further with him. And so the police basically cleared Chris Melton without actually being able to clear him in order for the GBI to take on the case. It's so fucked up. So fucked up. Ugh. All right. So I wanted to let's go over some of these rulings, right? The pretrial rulings. I wish that we could have seen them. I wish we could have heard the arguments and listened to the judge's reasoning, or at least the arguments between the prosecution and the defense, because I just think they're supremely important to this case, and we didn't really get to see them. There's a lot of papers, obviously. There's lots of papers out there, but so the first one, the biggest one is the 412 rule, the rule 412, which is the rape shield law in Georgia. The dispute is that Ahmad Cruz maintained, the attorney for Edrick Faust, maintained that arguing consent was not an attack on Tara Baker's character or sexual history, which Georgia's Rule 412, which is the rape shield statute, is designed to protect against. We all know that. We don't want people slut shamed when they are sexual assault victims. In this case, the sexual assault victim is no longer with us. And I think that's a very important point. So the defense's position was that Cruz was arguing that introducing the concept of consent was a fundamental constitutional right that directly challenged a material element of the rape charge, which legally requires the act to be without consent. He argued that a constitutional defense trumps a state statute. And he's right about that. I'm not a lawyer, but the Constitution trumps, in this case, a state statute, especially when you were defending a man against murder who might be serving 2 life sentences plus 45 years. However, the Judge Lott, disagreed and ruled that introducing evidence of consent was a Rule 412 issue, entirely prohibiting the defense from presenting any evidence of consent to the jury. I as someone who has been sexually assaulted and sexually abused in their lifetime, as someone who has been an activist and a supporter of survivors of sexual assault, as someone who has investigated cases of sexual assault, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that allowing the defense in this case to say that there might have been a possibility that Edrick Faust ran into, shared a drink with, shared a cigarette with, made out with, possibly even had sex with, though there's no evidence of that, Tara Baker within days of her murder is not slut shaming her. It is defending a man who is being charged with her murder. I can also definitively say, bringing up the statements that Chris Melton made about having sex with Tara Baker, changing from 10 days to 6 days, and then also making the statement, well, she must have had sex with somebody else then. That should have been allowed in. That is not slut shaming the victim. Slut shaming the victim is when you put Veronica Rodriguez's case, for instance. Veronica Rodriguez they put her ex-boyfriends on the stand from when she was like 17 years old. They brought up text messages from when she was in high school. They talked about how she liked to stalk men, which she didn't. She drove by someone's house sometime listening to sad music because they had just broken up. They named the number of men that she'd had sex with. They asked these men to take the stand as witnesses. They called her a slut. They said this is what she does. And none of it was true. That is slut shaming. That is slut shaming a victim who has credibly accused someone of sexual assault and who is then on trial for felony wiretapping that sexual assault. That is slut shaming. This is eliminating the person you're defending from the evidence. There's a very big distinction there, in my opinion. Let me know if you would agree. All right, a couple of other things they went over. I'm just going to give you a Cliff Notes version of these, and then we'll dig into them a little bit. Chris Melton's consciousness of guilt. So the defense's position about Chris Melton was that when investigators informed Chris Melton in 2024 that they had DNA evidence, Melton allegedly responded by saying she must have been with someone else. That's the comment that I was just talking about. Cruz wanted to introduce this statement not to attack Tara's character, but to demonstrate Chris Melton's consciousness of guilt. And they were arguing that Melton was basically proactively sort of trying to explain away why his own DNA might be found at the scene. And again, Judge Lott, under Rule 412, said that when Cruz attempted to reference Melton's reaction during his opening statement, he broke the rules. We're going to get into that. That was a big moment. There were also issues with phone records and relationship tension. So we're still on this, sort of 412 kind of stuff. This is adjacent. Ahmad Cruz intended to introduce phone records from both Baker and Melton to highlight the deteriorating nature of their relationship leading up to the murder, with the evidentiary goal of the records would show that there was a distinct period of no contact, followed by a sudden flurry of really short, abrupt calls, which I talked about before, right before Tara was murdered. And the defense planned to use this timeline to argue that there was significant tension and there was a breakdown happening in the relationship. And then the Mexican restaurant, the alternative timelines in Mexican restaurant, which I was just talking about. The the prosecution's timeline was sort of hinging on the assumption that Tara Baker left the law library at 9:45 and went directly home. Okay. But Cruz wanted to introduce a tip, which I talked about before, that had been called into the police, not him, the police, shortly after the murder. And it was a call made from a woman who believed that she had overheard Tara Baker in the bathroom of a local Mexican restaurant later that night. Why this wasn't allowed in, why they didn't tear apart this tip and these leads to try to figure out if it really happened, I don't understand it. I never will. But Cruz really wanted to get this in through a law enforcement witness, by the way, for two reasons. He wanted to, one, offer sort of a context of why there might be foreign DNA in her mouth if she was out socializing, obviously. And two, he wanted to demonstrate that the 2001 investigation had completely dropped the ball. They did not follow up on viable leads. They like I just said, they didn't tear this tip apart to try to get to the truth of it. But the judge excluded this. And on that note, my stomach is going to growl again. Okay. Let's see. Okay, another one is that Cruz discussed pretrial efforts to introduce evidence regarding another unnamed gentleman who was treated very poorly by police during the initial 2001 investigation. That's the lawyer we were talking about again. And this was sort of intended to show a pattern of questionable conduct and like tunnel vision. You know, like we've seen this before. Law enforcement gets tunnel vision. They start to hone in on one suspect, and it's hard to break them from that. Karen Reed, Kelsey, like everybody, you know, they just tunnel vision. And they were, let's see, while simultaneously attempting to clear the alternate suspect's name in open court, the defense was precluded from bringing this narrative to the jury. Okay. How are we doing? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, I wanted to bring up a couple of, well, we'll get into this. You guys kind of understand that the biggest thing here is the DNA evidence and this 412 rule. And again, I want to make sure that we understand the 412 rule because it really comes down to there's a the judge ruled on the letter of the law in this case. So basically, one of the rules about a 412 is, let me pull up the rules. Hold on. I have it here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Do you guys hear my stomach? It's insane. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta pull up my notes. Nope, that's not it. Hold, please. You know, when you know where something is and then all of a sudden you can't find it? That's me right now. That's the iodine test. Hold on. How about we do a little search? Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So got it. So when a 412 rule is happening in a case like this, Cruz wanted to introduce the 2024 Chris Melton's 2024 reaction to the DNA evidence, saying that she must have been sleeping with somebody else, as consciousness of guilt. And then he also argued that introducing the concept of prior consensual contact was a fundamental constitutional necessity in order to defend against a rape claim. But here's what the judge said. And the judge is literally, it's like a technicality. You know what I mean? So Judge Lott ruled that any mention of sexual history or consensual contact falls strictly under Georgia's Rule 412 because Ahmad Cruz, did not file the specific procedural motion required to hold a closed door hearing on this exact issue. So when you file the procedural motion in a 412 case in Georgia, you have to go behind closed doors with the judge, and then you have to basically present the evidence that you want to present to trial, and then the judge can rule on it. What I was really bothered with, and we'll get to this in a moment when we get into the openings, is that the judge said you didn't file a procedural motion 412, but he actually did. January 20th, Ahmad Cruz filed the motion. What he didn't do was he and the judge and the prosecutor didn't schedule a behind the closed doors evidentiary hearing, basically, about what he wanted to bring up in front of the jury. Because that extra step didn't happen, I don't know whose fault that was. She's saying it's his fault. She ruled against him on procedure, not on context, not on substance, but because they didn't have that like 10-minute behind closed doors meeting to go over the evidence. That is the only reason she ruled against his arguments in the 412. Take a minute. A man's life is on the line. And this judge is saying, well, Mr. Cruz, you didn't do what you were supposed to do and file and get this behind the, closed doors meeting to show me what evidence, blah, blah, blah. So now you can't do it at all. He filed the motion. She was wrong in saying that he didn't file a motion. He actually did. But the step where they were supposed to go behind closed doors, that's the part that didn't happen. And I think that when you hear, if you haven't heard that yet, when you get to the place where you hear his opening and the drama that takes place during his opening statement, and you know that the reason why he's not allowed to say what he said in court is because that one step didn't happen where they went behind closed doors and talked about the evidence. I think it's going to blow your mind. It's going to make my head explode off my shoulders again. When I think about it, a man's life is on the line, a woman is dead, and I would think the victim in this case and her family would want to know for sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the man sitting in the defense chair is the one who did it or not. And if you are able to prove that he is not the man who did it, because you can prove that she was in a bar and was around other people and drinking and maybe smoking and maybe kissing and maybe doing other things with other people, and that her relationship was falling apart with Chris Melton, and he was very obviously flirting with other people and started dating other people the week after she died, there is a very distinct possibility that she too was having relationships with other people. That's not slut shaming. That's facts. And that's a defense of a man who has been convicted of a heinous, brutal murder. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jesus Christ. All right. I would love to. Here's what I want to do. It's almost 1:30. We've been on for about an hour and a half. I want to go through some of these comments. I want to go to the bathroom. I want to grab something to make my stomach stop growling. And then I want to get into the opening statements. So would you guys be cool if I go through the comments and then we take like a 10-minute break, and I'll leave the stream up and everything and the chat will stay up and all that. And then when we come back, we're going to watch the opening statements together and we're going to talk that out. Does that sound good with it for everybody? Let me see. I live for now said, I also think Chris went to the bank on purpose at that time. He had more than enough time to get to the bank from Tara's that morning. Kendra said, Mel, the boys did that in Cassie Joe Stoddard case. Couldn't tell the cops what the movie was about. You're right. You're absolutely right. It happened there. And I think it also happened in, I want to say it happened in the Corman Strike series too, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. It also happened in the Menendez brothers. It happened all over the place. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is so funny. I didn't realize it's happened so many times. But yeah, it's simple like that, you know? I mean, there's so many ways, like, if this had been an act of passion, right? If they were arguing, if Chris was at the house, they were arguing, he raped her, beat her up, ended up, crime of passion, kills her, and then he's like, "Oh, fuck." And he spends some time, like, the person who was there too, the person who did this had to have also known that her roommates weren't coming home. And the only person who would know that would be the boyfriends of the roommates and Chris. So Chris knew that her roommates weren't coming home. He had access to her keys. He knew where all of her things were. Nothing was stolen except for her laptop, which would have had personal information on it. And let's say they had an argument, they had a fight, it turned messy. He killed her in a fit of passion or accidentally or in a fit of anger, whatever it might be, wiped down the fingerprints, set the place on fire to get rid of all of the evidence, took her laptop, hopped out the window, and ran. White dude running across the yard. His hands are all beaten up and bloody. I mean, he could have hurt his hands going in and out of the window. He could have hurt his hands beating her up. There's so many different ways he could have hurt his hands in that moment. And yeah, I can see him being like, "Oh shit, I got to give myself an alibi. I got to be somewhere else besides here at a certain time. I'm going to run to the bank. I know there's surveillance cameras there. And also, it'll be, a cash withdrawal. There'll be a receipt to go with it." Like, that's such a simple alibi, but that's the only alibi he has. He says he was at work. I haven't seen any evidence that he was at work. I mean, he's a plumber, so he'd have to be out on a job. There'd have to be time cards. I haven't seen any of that stuff yet. If that's there, then great. He had an alibi. It doesn't mean he had an alibi between 9:45 and say 7 a.m. Where was he during those hours? Because it can't just be the time when Tara's house is on fire. It's got to be the time between 9:45 p.m. and 7, 8, 9 a.m. the next morning, right? Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Um, okay. All bakers are guilty. I don't know what that means, Prince of Wales. Those are defensive wounds, Kendra said. Yeah. Weak detective work, Jen says. They never actually cleared him. No, they didn't. It's a technicality. They were like, well, we don't have anything else. So we're saying that he's cleared so you guys can have the case. Not okay. Yeah, you know what, Gust wins. This doesn't make Tara look bad. So Gustwin said not to discredit or make Tara look bad, but Tara could have just hooked up one night and he didn't or remember her. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's in her early 20s. She's in college. She's on the outs with her boyfriend. She's stressed out. She's a good kid. She's trying to, like, be good in school. It sounds to me like she had some sort of at least flirtatious relationship with this lawyer guy. Who's to say she didn't go out to a bar, have a couple of drinks, just make out with somebody? That's how DNA gets in your mouth. Like, this is not slut shaming her to say there was a possibility she was at the bar that night. This case isn't about sexual assault. Let me say it that way. This case is about murder. If you were trying to prove a sexual assault and you were trying to say, well, it's her fault because she had sex with these two guys or she was at a bar getting drunk, like, you can't do that to a sexual assault victim, obviously. They're not Ahmad Cruz isn't saying that. He's trying to prove reasonable doubt to defend his client. And that reasonable doubt means she could have been at a bar that night. She could have been with her lawyer friend. She could have been with anybody else. She's not a slut for that. It's insane. Um, okay. Yeah, apparently Chris said he punched a wall. How do you get scratches and bruises on the back of your hands from punching a wall? It's kind of like when Colin Albert said that he fell down on a slippery patch of ice in a driveway, and to stop himself from falling, he put his hands out and slid down the driveway and on his fists. It's not possible. Um, let's see. Let's see. Gust Wind said, "Why would a total stranger take the time to clean up after a crime? Someone who was comfortable enough with the environment did this." Especially at the time frame. In 2001, no one was thinking about DNA evidence. They were thinking about fingerprints for sure, but no one was really thinking about DNA evidence. Let's see. Tree 9T said Judge Lott got slightly better when she discovered YouTube was watching. Dread to think what she was like in motions. Yeah, I would love to have seen the pretrial stuff. I felt like the little bit that I have seen, I felt like what was happening was the DA would stand up and be like, "Judge, you should be doing this," or "Judge, can you believe this is happening?" And she would be like, "Yeah, you're right. Why am I not doing?" And then she would get really hard on Ahmad Cruz, and I'm like, "You are letting the prosecution dictate your court right now, lady, and that's not okay." Okay. Oh, thanks, Christina. Christina said, "I'm behind, but I watched the entire trial with Melanie, and you were explaining it so well. Great job, Mel. Thank you." Um, Uh, I appreciate you guys saying that you are sorry to hear that I have had a sexual assault and abuse history, but I because of that, that's why I wanna advocate for sexual assault victims, and I also wanna advocate for a man who's being accused of murder and sexual assault who it doesn't appear as he did it. We have to this is we were talking about this with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, with the temporary restraining order that Justin Alain got against Kelsey. Again, sword and shield. I believe I believe in the Massachusetts law that says anyone can walk in, and if their spouse or their partner or whoever, parent, sibling, whatever, are causing them physical harm, beating them up, it is an emergency to get a restraining order against that person so that you don't get killed. Partner domestic violence, oftentimes before a woman or a man can go get a restraining order, their partner kills them. So it's like you should be able to walk in off the street and do an ex parte application for a restraining order and get that restraining order in front of a judge as quickly as possible to get that restraining order on that same day. That should be that should happen. And it should happen to protect victims of domestic violence. Justin used that. He used that law. He used it to get that restraining order as quickly as he could to hurt Kelsey. And this is what it feels like over here to me, that the prosecution so badly wants to win this case and the judge so badly wants to, you know, have this structural win, I guess, procedural win. I'm not really sure that they are willing to toss out a man who's being convicted of murder and toss out possible evidence that would get a not guilty verdict in this case in order to win. And I really want us to stop doing this, you know? Um, how is calling her a slut allowed in court? No, I don't think anyone called her a slut, Cindy. They're saying that she would be slut shamed in court, which she wasn't. They weren't. He wasn't allowed to bring up any consensual sex, any possible other boyfriends, anything like that. Yes, yes, I do. Darvader. Does anyone here remember the movie The Accused from 1998? Jodie Foster. I do. That's based on a real case. That was a really difficult movie to watch in 1998. Okay. No House, no Faust. Judge Lott, in my opinion, needs off the bench, Living Story World said. Hey, Christine, are you going to have member icons? Christine asked. So I mentioned this earlier in the feed. Our friend Liz made us some icons. And yes, we are going to have member icons. I have to put them into the StreamYard and I haven't put them in yet because I just got them this morning, but I will definitely do that. Um, Living Story World said, I saw Chris's mask slip on the stand. Yeah, I haven't seen his testimony yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it was really demeaning. Wildcat said both the judge and the prosecutor treated Faust's lawyer, Ahmad Cruz, like he didn't know the law. It was so demeaning. It was, and I think that it was sort of a small town, big city kind of thing. So this case happened in if I understand it correctly, a smaller town, and Ahmad Cruz is like a big city Atlanta lawyer, and so they were like, "Get out of here with your big city," blah blah blah. They were just trying to make him seem dumb, and he's not. He's a genius. The trial should have never been in Athens. I would agree with that. I don't know if there were any. I didn't see any pretrial motions for a change of venue. I don't know. Does anybody in the chat know if that happened? Okay. That DNA company will be found to be false convictions. Maybe Living Story Worlds, maybe. Okay. Carrie said the weaponizing of 412 reminds me of Justin with this restraining order. It's important in many cases, but can be manipulated. Exactly, Carrie. Um, I do think that he has a good chance at an appeal though with the 412 ruling. I really do. Except for it's tough because she followed the letter of the law and she said you didn't do this hearing. You didn't have this like evidentiary hearing behind closed doors. He did file the motion, so her saying on record in court that he didn't file the motion, I don't know if that's like a gray area, but I think that's a possibility. Yeah, she should have stopped. Exactly. He filed the motion. She should have said, "Okay, we have to schedule this behind closed doors meeting." Why would it be up to the attorney to do that? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know Georgia law, you know what I mean? But it sounds really wonky to me. Did he have a history with law enforcement? Jen asked. I don't think so. I assume you're talking about Chris Melton, but I don't know. I don't know. Especially since they know Tara was so passionate about justice. Yeah, she wanted to be a lawyer herself. She was I feel like I saw one of the witnesses or heard one of the witnesses testify, one of her best friends, that said she was passionate about justice. Tara would want the right thing to be done in this case as far as I'm concerned. Um, yeah. Okay, so Tree 9T says the judge tells him she will consider it if he files the motion correctly. She did say that. But they were already okay, so she said that, but it was after the opening arguments. So he could have done that, but I think that would have messed up everything that had already happened in front of the jury. So it's tough. It's tough. It's such a weird technicality. Again, two technicalities in this case really pushed it forward in the wrong way. And that first technicality was that in order for the GBI to reinvestigate this cold case, that the local authorities had to clear Chris Melton and say they had no more suspects. They had exhausted their suspects. That was the first technicality, and this was the second one, in my opinion. Um, yep, someone needed a key to lock that door. Law Junkie said the weirdest part of the whole case is that the door deadbolt was locked from the outside. Someone needed a key. Someone had a key. Okay. Chris is my number one suspect. Mine too, Law Junkie. Get a snack. Okay. Let's see. I think Chris did it too. I live for now. I think he was spying on her the night before. He may have been. I mean, that's the thing. He sounded like he was sort of a playboy. I know that they described Faust as a playboy. Like he would go out to bars and he was a playboy, which I think everybody in their early 20s was in late 90s. It certainly sounds like Chris Melton was, and he might have had a jealous streak. She might have been out the bar with her law study group, and there was a guy that she was close to in the law study group. She could have been at the bar with the lawyer. She could have been at the bar with her girlfriends, and a guy was flirting with her. Somebody bought her a drink. Something happened, and he saw it, or word got back to him, and he had, a fit of jealous rage. So, how did Foss get in? No forced entry. I doubt Tara would have let a stranger in by herself. Wildcat said, "Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. To me, this crime scene says somebody she knew was in the apartment with her, locked all the doors, and left through the window. Now, if somebody was breaking into the house and all the doors were locked and they came in through the window, there would have been a huge fight right there at the window, more than likely, right? You can't do that quietly. You can't rip a screen off quietly. You can't open a window quietly. And also, they said that that window had been the latch was broken on it, and they put a chair outside. I don't know why they put a chair outside. The roommate said this. Thought it was really strange. I just don't understand how the jury isn't seeing this. That's what I don't get. How, and is it because they are blinded by racism? I don't know. I don't know. I'm starting to think they might have been, because some of this stuff is so beyond, like, it's so much reasonable doubt. There is no there this isn't even like a 70-30 kind of reason. This is like a 30-70 kind of reasonable, you know what I mean? Um, Chastity, I didn't watch all of Melanie's coverage. I've only watched the interview that she did, with one of her cupcakes who was in the trial, and then also the parts of the interview she did with Ahmad Cruz. So I didn't watch any of her coverage of it. This is an interesting point if it's true. Um, Chastity's asking Law Junkie, did you watch Melanie Little's coverage? Am I wrong about the plumbing being tampered with? Like the trap was missing or something? Oh, you know what? I think I do remember something about that, which would again point to Chris Melton because he was a plumber. Also, how did Foss know he wouldn't be interrupted by anyone? She had roommates, Wildcat says. I made that point a little while ago. The person who did this had to have known that her roommates weren't coming back. You don't just like bust into a college girl's apartment where she has roommates and not worry that someone's going to come busting in on you. That's not the person who did this knew her. And that's a bottom line right there. Okay. Baker adjacent pal. Glad you're here. Um yeah, she was home alone for the weekend with no roommates, and she had no plans with Chris. Carrie, you're absolutely right. And they never got a warrant for her email or messengers that we know of. Yeah, and I think back in 2001, that was something that they were just starting to figure out, because I think we all used email kind of, and we all used like AOL Messenger, and there were a couple of other ones, like, and there were chat boards and there were things like that. They could have gotten her internet history, but they didn't try because they probably didn't know how to, you know? Oh, hold on a sec. We got a car. Wait, did you guys hear that? It was like right next door to me. Let's see. I saw a theory that the lawyer may have bought substances from Faust, hence the connection back to Tara. Oh, I saw this too, Tree 90. This was from there's a local woman who knew Faust, is from the area, had mentioned the gossip about the lawyer that Tara may have been dating. Yeah, there's something there. I think the local community really thought it was the lawyer guy. So, I Live for Now said even Tara's mom told her the day before she should go on a date with the lawyer guy because Tara seemed interested in him. Yep. I would really love to hear from one of the jurors as well, Kendra. I just want to understand this a little bit better, but I'm going to assume that if there's any racism involved in this decision, those jurors don't want to come out and talk about that. So, this is such a good point. Living Story World says, my last 5 years of watching trial or legal coverage almost daily tells me how manipulated the narrative becomes before a jury hears it, and it's frightening. It's frightening how much they try the case before it gets to the jury. All the evidentiary hearings, all the stuff, the expert witnesses, down to what certain people can and cannot say in front of the jury. And then what I found with this case so far is all these interruptions and lawyers standing up and being like, "Well, I don't think we should discuss this in front of the jury." And then the judge being like, "Okay, jury, you can leave." After a while, the jury's going to be like, "What are they hiding from us? You know, why are they trying to hide this from us? That's not cool." That would drive me nuts as a juror. Law Junkie said she was brutally essayed. Chris's DNA was in her every part of the essay, but he hadn't seen her in a week. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Chris's hair was on the cord of the printer or whatever it was. Yes, the printer that was used as the ligature. Yep. Which is crazy because just yesterday, Matthew Farwell's DNA was found on the ligature around Sandra Birchmore's neck. So why is that not evidence in this case? You know? Oh, thanks, Francine. So glad you're here. You found us through Emily. I love some moose tracks. So you must have been there for the friendly wit game. That was fun. I'd love to do that again. Um, okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, Kendra, this is about the venue. Kendra says, I think there was a motion and the ruling was the classic. Let's see if we can't find a jury first before we change the venue. That sounds about lot. That sounds about right. Um, Jen, I live for now. Jen, two Jen said he did have some history with law enforcement, a bar fight, and dealing. Okay. Melton had no history. Faust has other convictions. Yes. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Where are you guys hearing jurors talk about this? Because I want to know. The fact that he was convicted on robbery was mind blowing. Absolutely. I believe a juror said the state representative who passed the law intimidated them. Really? Living Story World said. Really? Oh, this is another person. Maria said, read someone said that there was someone high up in the government and the jurors were intimidated. One of them said she was tired of fighting and she just voted guilty. Fuck. Wow. Ugh. This trial, Chastity said, this trial and Karen Reed's first trial tainted my faith in juries. I think unnecessary emotions are brought in, poorly interpreted by jury instructions, and jurors hear someone say DNA evidence means guilty. Yep. Yep. Carrie, I haven't gotten past, I don't think I've seen Liz, the GBI agent's testimony yet. I've only seen mostly the roommates and the medical examiner. Yeah. I Live for Now said, yeah, that's true about one juror just wanting to go home and gave in, and the House Rep Haynes was in the courtroom, which was said to be intimidating. Wow. Wow. That's fucked up. That is not how jury trials are supposed to go. I heard they were 10 to 2 to start. Oh, God. Those two people. What happened? The closing arguments day, the government showed up. Oof. That's so messed up. That's unethical. I mean, I get it. Cops are allowed to be in the courtroom and all that shit, but God. I also saw one sidebar about one of the witnesses who was one of Tara's good friends wanted to come back and sit in the courtroom after she had gotten off the stand, and they were arguing about that, but I don't know the outcome. Okay. I've gotten through all the comments. I am going to okay, it's 1:50. I'm gonna come back at 2 after I have gone to the bathroom and grabbed something to eat, and we're gonna watch the closing arguments. I'm gonna do it on a little bit faster speed so we can get through it, but I want you to see some of the friggin' fireworks that happened in the opening statements. So, I shall be back at 2 PM. Bye. We are back. Ruby wanted to say hi. She came in to hang out in the pod with me. She can't sit behind me in the chair, but she has her bed. She's here. Say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. All right. Go get in your bed. Go this way. There you go. Woo. Okay, everybody. Are we ready? Oh, we lost some people, huh? Oh, well, I guess that happens. All right. I don't like this little thing that is on here. Let me get rid of that. Nope. Okay. Guess that's going to have to stay there for now. The star of the show, Ruby, is here. Of course, the struggle is teal. I am happy to do this. I have really been wanting to cover this case. Again, I hate to see. I don't think that I think that monsters deserve to be punished for their crimes, like Leticia Stoke appears to have done the heinous thing that she did. But I also think she needs a fair trial. And I think that Faust did not get a fair trial. And I think that he may have been wrongfully convicted here. And that makes my blood boil. So I know my hair is very tall today. It's almost like out of the screen. Oh, thanks for gifting a membership, Amanda. Let me know who got the membership. That's exciting. And Hachi Machi just became a new member. You guys are lovely. Thank you. Okay, are we ready? I just want to give people a couple of minutes to get back in here if they want to come back in before we start the openings. Police protected Chris, Law Junkie said. I don't know if they protected Chris as much as they protected their investigation. And like I think they were protecting themselves by way of protecting Chris. And I think that in some southern states, it's easier to pin it on a black guy. That's what it seems like happened here to me. At For Dread said, "This is the first case I've ever experienced where I actually felt so sick inside for another human being based on the evidence and how they made this conviction stick. I know he's innocent." I think a lot of people feel that way at For Dread. I completely agree with you. Akasha said, "Agree, this and Richard Allen have destroyed my faith in jury trials." That's why I was so happy when I heard that Kelsey Fitzsimmons chose to do a bench trial. I knew that a jury, especially a jury in that town, oh, thanks for the tip, Melissa. That's very sweet of you. A jury in that town, North Andover, and between two cops, it was going to be far too emotional for a jury to make a good decision either way. So I'm really glad that she went with a bench trial. I don't know what would have happened. I can't say the same in this case, though. I don't trust the judge in this case. I think she made very bad decisions. And I think she made like top line decisions. She wasn't thinking about context or substance of the arguments or anything like that. She was thinking purely like letter of the law, and which is her right. She's entitled to do that. She is a judge, but this is a human being. One human being is dead and another human being's life is on the line, and we really need to take everything into consideration when that happens. Law Junkie thinks that Richard Allen is innocent as well. At For Dread said they never even corroborated Chris and his helper's alibi. They never went and checked the plumbing supply where they got materials, etc. As Melanie said, they just trusted him, bro. Yep. I think that is probably true. I agree with Melanie on that one. I've been if you guys if you there are a bunch of Melanie Little fans in the crowd today, tell her that I want her to come on. I've emailed a couple of times and I know she, is a huge creator and She gets people asking her all the time to come on their shows. But I feel like I really want to talk to her about this case in particular. And so if you think of it, mention it in her comments. I would appreciate that. I did email. Gwen said, I just discovered your passion for this case. It was very difficult to get through this the first time. May have to bail on you. I understand. If it's too hard to go through a second time, I get that. Hey, honey kid, I'm glad you're here. Carrie said they never got the bank footage. The teller told them to request it from corporate and they never did. That sounds about right. That sounds about white. I know she's on vacation right now. I know. I know. Oh, that's really nice of you, Nefarious, to ask Fervent if we can use their songs. I would love that. Yeah, I know she's on vacation. I'm so glad she's taking a vacation. That woman works so friggin' hard. She works so hard. I'm so glad when I see her take a vacation. I'm going to take a vacation in May. We're going to Scotland for our anniversary, and I'm very excited. Although I'm probably going to have a hard time not working because that's what happens to me when I'm on vacation. Let's see. Okay. All right, we got a few people back. Ask Jimmy to message Mel. Oh, maybe I will. That's a good idea. Okay. Let's do okay, so the DA, the prosecution goes first. So let me grab this. I'm going to put this on a little bit faster speed, if that's okay, because the prosecution, they take like 45 minutes in regular time to do their opening. And then Ahmad Cruz's opening takes a little bit longer because it's interrupted twice. So let's see. Where in Scotland? We're gonna be flying into Edinburgh, and then we're gonna just take, like, a day trip or 2 to, Glasgow, but mostly in Edinburgh. My brother lives in Glasgow. It's, like, a second time. You guys will love it there. That's what I've been hearing, second home. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. I'm probably not gonna wanna leave, honestly. Things are kind of a shit show here, and it feels like we're about to do something majorly disastrous tonight at 8 p.m., and I hope that that doesn't happen for our country and for the rest of the world. Um, bring on Yamalama Ding Dong. Whoo, deep breaths. This case is so infuriating. You are referring to the prosecutor. Yeah, I have to. His name is a tongue twister. Okay, are we ready? Let's do this. You guys will let me know how the audio sounds. I'm going to try to put myself on mute a little bit here. Let me make sure I have the speed at the right place. We're going to do 1.5. Let me know if that's too fast. I don't think it is. We'll see. And let me make sure I have the right account up because if I don't, we're going to get ads. Hold on a second. Let me switch accounts. That's the right one. Okay. The good news is this the right one? This is from 11 Alive. So this is a local news station's feed. Okay. Playback 1.5. All right, here we go. Because there's captions. That'll help. Why'd you pause? Stop it. Hey, stop.
1 at 11:22 a.m., Athens 911 started receiving telephone calls in the area of Deer Park regarding a fire at 160 Fawn Drive. Now, if you're not familiar with Deer Park, just to give you a little bit of reference, if we head, make sure I've got my orientation right, down Lexington Road, away from downtown, heading out towards Oglethorpe County.
You can see it, right?
When you get past, I guess, Gaines School, Tuxton United Methodist Church is there on the left, right off Lexington. And the road immediately past Tuxton United Methodist Church, before you get to the Walmart, is Cooper Road. So again, heading that direction from downtown, left on Cooper Road, past the church. And then actually Deer Park, which is where Fawn Drive is located, is just on the right. And so when they get this call at 11:22 in the morning, the fire department is immediately en route. The firefighters actually kick in the door, the front door to Tara's house because it was locked. And when they did so, they encountered smoke in the main living room area of the house. And I'm going to, in just a few minutes, not yet, going to be able to show you what the inside of that house looked like. So these firefighters kick in the door, and the first thing that they notice, apart from the smoke, is back in the right corner, which is where the kitchen is located. Through the smoke, they can actually see the eyes of the stove. It's one of those old school stoves that has the circular heating element. They can see those glowing red. And so through the smoke, they go over there to the stove. They realize that the knobs that would turn on and off those eyes have actually been removed from the stove itself. And so the firefighters put those knobs back on and turn the stove off. They open the back door to the house to ventilate, to help start getting the smoke out of the room. To this point, I don't think they've completely ascertained exactly where the fire was coming from. The back left bedroom of the house, and there's actually a bathroom door right next to it, it'll make sense in a few minutes, are closed. And so they go over there and they kick those doors in as well. And when they kick open that bedroom door, they are immediately met with flames rushing out over their heads. Firefighters enter and extinguish that fire. And in that moment, ladies and gentlemen, they discover Tara. She's naked. She's in between the mattress and the footboard to her bed. The footboard had been ripped away from the bed frame itself. So she's in that little V-shaped space in between. They notice a computer cord, what appears to be a computer cord, is wrapped around her neck. And so realizing what they've seen, the firefighters back out and turn the scene over to the police. And law enforcement does arrive. And so what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketch made by Athens Clarke County Police as to the interior of 160 Fawn Drive. I won't spend but a couple minutes going over it. The front door here is at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. Again, you see the kitchen in the back right with the stove, which is what the firefighters reported seeing glowing red when they came in the door. And what I want to focus on is what's in the top left of that diagram, what is referred to as bedroom 3. That was Tara's room. And you can see bedroom 3 has a bathroom connected to it, and then there's a door leading both from the bathroom, a door leading to the living room, and one leading into Tara's room. So that's the basic layout of 160 Fawn Drive. You can see there's a back door, which again has the arrow pointing down, and right next to that is a window that is situated right above their dining room table. You're going to see photos that will also help kind of explain the layout of 160 Fawn Drive. So that's the house as a whole, and this is Tara's room as the police encounter it. And again, I've tried to explain, but I think this does a better job showing exactly the orientation of her body inside that bedroom in the back left of 160 Fawn Drive. So again, you can see the footboard having been ripped away from the frame and her body lying in between. So upon arrival, Athens Clarke County Police starts processing the scene. I expect you're going to hear from a number of witnesses that Tara's body, despite having obviously been in a room that was consumed by fire, her hair was actually still intact. I expect you're going to hear that several witnesses actually recall the smell of shampoo still coming from her hair. Again, there was a printer cord wrapped around her neck. I believe the printer itself was there in the room. And there's one thing that the police noticed that firefighters hadn't, was that Tara actually had a stab wound to the right side of her neck. And I think it was on the diagram. The knife was right underneath her body with blood on it. Officers also noticed a clock on the wall in Tara's room. That clock had stopped at 9:32. In processing the scene, officers noted that it appeared as if the doors and windows had been wiped clean. There's a screen to the back, that back window, the one that's right next to the back door, that showed signs of having been tampered with. And I expect there's probably going to be some confusion about exactly where that screen was when the firefighters arrived and when law enforcement arrived, but we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, at 160 Fawn Drive, I submit that the evidence is going to show that any physical evidence that could have conceivably been helpful was collected. As an example, I think you're going to hear they even took the drain assembly out of her bathtub. A little bit more about the fire. I expect you're going to hear evidence.
I think that's what everybody was talking about before, the drain assembly. They took the drain assembly out to, I think, probably collect hairs or do something like that, but I guess that doesn't have anything to do with the person who murdered her. Also, this lip smacking thing, it's awful. It's so bad. Okay, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
That the bed, Tara's bed, was the source of that fire. And a little bit more, actually, I expect you're going to hear that there was a blanket that had been in the living room on the back of a recliner. That blanket had been removed from the recliner, taken over to the stove, set on fire, and then thrown on Tara's bed. I expect you're going to hear that actually still some remnants of that blanket on the stove itself. In learning about the processing of the scene, I expect you're also going to hear that there were no fingerprints of any evidentiary value that were taken in the house or off of Tara's body. I expect you're going to hear that hairs were collected from her body and from her room. And I also expect you're going to hear that her laptop was missing. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about, ladies and gentlemen, is the canvas of the neighborhood. By canvas, I mean police getting out and knocking on doors and seeing what, if anything, people had seen that morning. That was obviously done in this case to a significant degree. I expect you'll hear one witness recalled seeing a white male running in the area, open area behind Tara's house and near Tara's house around 7:45 that morning. I expect you're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about describing a black male with an orange shirt or sweatshirt at various places in Deer Park around 8 o'clock to 8:15 that morning. I expect you're going to hear one witness who described.
Here's my question. I noticed this a lot with the prosecution in just a little bit of the footage I've seen from the trial. It seems like they bring up so many things that could give the jury doubt, like a white man running at 7:45. Like what does that do to help their case? And do you know what I mean by that? Like, it's always been strange to me. Some of the questioning, some of their direct examination, they're asking questions that would make me go, okay, well, if that's the case, then why are we talking about this? Or if that's the case, how does that help your case? You know, I don't know. I don't know if it really means anything. It's just something that keeps sticking out to me.
Smelling a faint odor of smoke as he was leaving for work around 8:40, 8:45 that morning. At the time, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not much to go on as it related to that canvas. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the autopsy. Tara's body was taken over to Atlanta to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Department of Forensic Sciences the next day, Saturday the 20th, her birthday. And an autopsy was conducted by a medical examiner named Dr. Edrick Faust Trial. And here's where the evidence I submit made it get kind of difficult. There were photos that were taken at that autopsy. And you're going to see some of those photos when Dr. Faust Trial testifies. It's going to be hard. You're going to see and hear about contusions surrounding Tara's vagina and anus.
I don't trust
You're
this
going to
guy.
hear that stab wound that the officers noted when they got in to her bedroom had actually severed her jugular vein. You're going to hear about the ligature mark that was encircling her neck and that her hyoid bone, which is a bone in your neck, had been broken.
Wow.
You'll hear about a subarachnoid hemorrhage to her head, which is indicative of blunt force trauma. You're going to hear about defensive type wounds to her hands. Dr. Faust Trial, after conducting the autopsy of Tara Baker, listed her cause of death as ligature strangulation and a stab wound, with another significant condition being blunt force trauma to the head. He ruled the manner of death, obviously, a homicide. As part of the autopsy, a sexual assault kit was taken based on the way Tara's body was found, based on Dr. Faust Trial's observations. So a sexual assault kit involved oral, vaginal, and rectal swabs of Tara and smears that were created based on those swabs. And I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of those swabs was mislabeled. I expect the state's going to be able to clear that up as this trial unfolds.
Wow.
As part of the autopsy, head hair and pubic hair was retained, and fingernail and toenail clippings were taken. The next thing of significance that I'd like to talk about is some of the early forensics that were done in connection with this case. You're going to hear from Jennifer Corsi. At the time, back in 2001, Ms. Corsi was a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab. She actually now works at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory. She made a career out of this type of work. Ms. Corsi is the one who actually did chemical testing on that sexual assault kit, the one that we just talked about. You'll hear that her testing failed to reveal the presence of any seminal fluid, and that she took microscopic examinations of the vaginal smears and observed no spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, based on the existing technology and the existing protocols in existence back in 2001, there was nothing further that could be done with that sexual assault kit. I expect you'll hear that Ms. Corsi, then Fincher, so if I use both names, please forgive me, did confirm that the blood on Tara's fingernails, the only DNA on those fingernails belonged to Tara, that there was blood on the knife, and the DNA from that blood also only belonged to Tara. And there was no blood on the toenails that were taken.
The way he
Not
uses
necessarily Ms.
arms
Corsi, but
and
other
hands,
forensics going on in the early days
really
of the investigation. There were attempts to obtain fingerprints of any sort of evidentiary value, nothing to go on. I mentioned the hairs. Submit to you, there was nothing that would help in the investigation at that time.
Yeah, no graphic photos will be shown on the stream, just so you know.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Tara. In January of 2001, again, she's living at 160 Fawn Drive. She had two roommates, Ashley Peavy, now Ashley Hall, Valerie Lowe, now Valerie Lang. And I say that because, again, I might refer to them as both. Just wanted to get out in front and explain why that might be the case. So the three of them, Tara, Ashley, and Valerie, had moved into 160 Fawn Drive in August of 2000. All three of them were in grad school at UGA, but pursuing different programs. You know, Tara, obviously, was
What is he
studying
doing
law.
with his arms and his hands?
I expect you're going to hear evidence about Tara's morning routine. If she had a 9:30 class, which I expect you're going to hear she did that Friday, property law class on the 19th, then she's a pretty early riser, up around 6:30 in the morning. First thing she'd do is take a shower. I expect you'll hear she'd come out and eat her breakfast. Every morning, same thing, cheese grits. And she'd come out and eat those cheese grits, her hair's still wet.
I don't like
And then she'd go back into her room and sit on the floor in front of her bed to blow dry her hair. And that took a while, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect you're going to hear Tara had a lot of hair. I expect you're also going to hear about how Tara was trying to buckle down in January of 2001. As that new semester at the law school had gotten underway, she was spending less time at home and more time at the law library. But
less time with her boyfriend.
And on Friday night, she was going to go out and have some fun with some friends. They were going to go to the Winery, which is a bar downtown on Broad Street. I don't know if it's still there, but it was in 2001. Talk about Tara's last hours.
This guy's nervous.
Go through what we know about Tara on Thursday, January the 18th. We know that both Ashley and Valerie were leaving for the weekend. They were both leaving that Thursday. Ashley left late that afternoon. She and Tara had been at home together before Ashley left. We know that from approximately 7:30 to approximately 9:30, Tara was at the law library here on North Campus, not too far from the Arch. She's there with a friend named Katie Lonstein. Around 9:30 that night, Katie leaves, goes home. I think there was a discussion about, hey, call me when you get there. Make sure you get home safe. And Katie indicated that she would do that, but she forgot. Why is that significant? Because Tara called her. Tara called her at 9:46 that night to make sure Katie had gotten home. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the last time that anyone is known to have spoken to Tara. Friday, again, January the 19th. I think it was kind of a cold, overcast, rainy day, kind of day that it seems like we've been having a lot of those lately. Again, expect you're going to hear evidence that the neighbor across the street smelled smoke, around 8:45, 8:40 as he was going to work. Point out once again, Tara misses property class that started at 9:30 that morning. The clock on the wall stopped at 9:32. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, 11:22 is when the fire is reported at 160 Fawn Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit now about Chris Melton. Some of you have heard his name already in jury selection.
Chris Melton.
Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend. You're going to hear a lot about the relationship between Tara and Chris leading up to January the 19th of 2001. What I expect that you're going to hear is this was a relatively typical relationship between two very busy people in their early 20s. Tara and Chris met when they both attended college at Georgia College in Milledgeville. It's now Georgia College and State University in the late 90s. Tara and Chris were introduced through mutual acquaintances and hit it off, and they began to date. When Tara graduated from Georgia College, she went back home to the Lovejoy area. And for those of you who don't know, Lovejoy is off I-75 south of Atlanta. And she got a job at a law firm there. Chris didn't finish school. He also moved back home in with his parents as well. That's in Covington. When Chris moved home, his mom told him he had to get a job. And so he got one. Chris became a plumber. And so at this time, Tara and Chris are in a long distance relationship because Covington, Lovejoy, about an hour and a half apart, maybe a little bit less. Tara moved to Athens, I believe in 1999, when she got a job at a law firm here in town. So at that time, Tara's in Athens, Chris is still in Covington, and so they're still kind of doing the long distance thing, right? Maybe not quite as long, but certainly not in the same town. And they found it hard to find time to get together. And so Chris moved to Athens. He got an apartment with a roommate at a place off Millage Avenue. And he was commuting back and forth to work. Most of his work was in the Loganville, Gwinnett County area. But I expect what you're going to hear is that Chris and Tara were trying to figure out how to have an adult relationship when they both had a work life and other things going on that they had to manage. As I mentioned before, Tara started law school in August of 2000. I expect you're going to hear that during that fall semester, that first semester, Ashley and Valerie are going to mention to you that Tara was spending a lot of time at Chris's apartment. Now, that doesn't mean Chris wouldn't come over to her house too. He did, maybe just not as often. But when they did, they'd spend the night at each other's house, both at Millage Avenue and at Bond Drive. This is normal relationship stuff. Moving into the spring semester, January 2001. Now remember, Tara was trying to buckle down, more time in the library. Well, at that time, Chris also had good things going on. I mentioned that he had taken up plumbing. He was working for a company, but around this time, he started maybe thinking about going out and doing work on his own. You know, his business was mainly in the Loganville, Gwinnett area. And so at this time, you know, he's using his truck, not a company one. It's his gas, his time spent commuting. And if he's traveling back and forth from Athens to Loganville every day, he's not making money. And the reason why I point all that out, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect the evidence is going to show that at that time, Chris moved back in with his parents in Covington. So he could spend more time working and less time traveling to and from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect that others might have thought that the relationship between Chris and Tara was starting to fizzle. Again, I think the evidence is going to show that this was just a relationship between two young people whose presents and whose futures were still being figured out, with some highs and some lows, but nothing out of the ordinary.
What?
In fact, I expect you're going to hear that Chris had gotten Tara a very sentimental Christmas present just a few weeks prior to her death, and it made her really happy. He was going to come to Athens Saturday to celebrate Tara's birthday with her. Chris saw the potential for a future between them. Others may have made assumptions otherwise. But the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence will show you that there is nothing to suggest their relationship was in a bad place.
This guy would have rubbed
Let's talk
me
about what Chris
the
was
wrong
doing
way.
on January the 19th of 2001. As I just got done explaining, he spent the night before, Thursday night into Friday, at his parents' house in Covington. And from 7:15 that morning until long after Tara's body is discovered, his whereabouts are accounted for.
Keep drinking that water, buddy.
At 7:15 or thereabouts, a coworker named Josh McCurdy came over to Chris's house, or Chris's parents' house, to be clear. And Josh was with Chris all day. There's a brief period of time around lunch, 1:30 to 2:30-ish, where they were not together.
Kelly.
1:30, obviously after the fire at Bond Drive. But other than that, they were together all day.
Wait, now we're showing the
Made
screen?
numerous stops throughout the day. You're going to hear a little bit about some of those stops. What I expect the evidence is going to show is that at 9:08 that morning, Chris went into a Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, now Wells Fargo. And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I want to pause right here for a second because let me get back to where I was. I didn't mean to hit that button. I think this is really important. This shows he doesn't have an alibi, actually. Let's take a look at this. Okay. So the prosecution is saying that let's take their story. Let's say Tara left the law library at 9:45 p.m. the night before. People didn't start realizing that there was a fire until what? 7, 8, 9, 9:30, I think is what they said the clock said. 9:32. I think it's really important to figure out when the first calls about the fire came in. Because all I see in this timeline of what Chris Melton was doing is he spent the night at his parents' home in Covington, right? He may have been at work at 7:15. He might have gone to Wachovia at 9:08. He may have made 2 visits to Truck Customs to get his truck fitted with pipe racks around 10 AM and then later. Where was he between 9:45 AM and 7:15 AM? He was at his parents' house, so his parents are his alibi? So the neighbor smelled, Nefarious says the neighbor smelled smoke at 8:45 AM. This is not an alibi. This is not an alibi. Nothing that happens after 7:15 AM means anything to me. Anybody, do you guys agree? Am I crazy? Like, his parents are his alibi. So this guy doesn't really have an alibi. And he wasn't excluded from the DNA. I don't understand how this case even made it to charges against Edrick Faust. And he lived, Callie says he lived in their basement and had a door to the outside. Even if, okay, I live for now, even if there are reports of neighbors smelling smoke before 8 AM, again, he was at work at 7:15 AM. And if he, like, let's say the fire started at 6 AM and people didn't realize that there was an actual big fire happening until 8 AM, 7 AM, whatever it was, he does not have an alibi from 9:45 to 7:15 AM. That's the way I see this. I don't know. Could just be me.
Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, in Wells Fargo. And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack. So he'd gone to this place called Truck Customs. First time, I think maybe around 10 o'clock. Second time later in the afternoon. And it's at that second trip to Truck Customs, ladies and gentlemen, where Chris gets a call from Tara's mother. Something's happened in Athens. You need to come over. Ladies and gentlemen, all those facts were established fairly early in the investigation. Now, you're going to hear about Chris's reaction when he got the call from Tara's mom about something happening in Athens, how Josh actually had to drive him in his own truck to Athens. And even with all of this, ladies and gentlemen, with those facts being established early in the investigation, Chris was always under the microscope as it related to Tara's murder. He was asked to give blood. He was asked to give a sample of his head hair. He was asked to give a sample of his pubic hair. Chris was subjected to repeated interviews by law enforcement. Every time anything's ever been asked of him, his answer's always been the same: whatever you need. The evidence will show that Chris has been fully cooperative for over 25 years. I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker now because I think I'm taking longer than I intended.
Please.
But there's a lot of other investigation going on in this case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20-plus-year-old case.
I would never.
The state is not going to present to you everything that was done over the course of this 23-year investigation. From a period of time, several months after Tara's death in 2001 until 2024, we're going to talk more about that soon, there was a lot of work being done on this case. But there was nothing that would point the police in the direction of Tara's killer. There are tens of thousands of pages of police reports, records. There are hundreds of hours of interviews. It would take months to present all that in court, and we're not going to do it. And in so doing, we're not trying to hide anything. We're being mindful that it is an absolute impossibility to show you every lead that was chased down and every lead that became a dead end. About the dozens of persons of interest who were identified but ultimately ruled out. Hard work, frankly, just didn't result in any relevant evidence. One example, in 2010, the ligature, the printer cord, and the knife were retested for DNA, not just the blood, to see if there was any touch DNA on those items. And once again, only Tara's DNA was found. I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear about some missteps and some unanswered questions. Remember that window frame I talked about earlier? Well, the window frame was obviously taken into evidence back in 2001, but now, 25 years later, it's missing. And that's unfortunate. But what is fortunate is that you're still going to hear about the processing of that window frame that was done back in 2001 and how, again, there were no prints recovered. You'll hear that Tara's laptop, the one that I mentioned had been taken from her room, has never been found.
What?
And lastly, as far as unanswered questions go, I'd submit to you, the evidence can show that no one investigating this case has been able to quite figure out exactly how the defendant got in and out of 160 Fallen Drive.
Yeah,
Was it the
exactly.
kitchen window with the frame that showed signs of tampering? Was it the back door? To this day, ladies and gentlemen, there's no definitive answer. And the state's not going to be able to show you the answer to that in this trial either. That fact is not necessary to prove the defendant's guilt.
Bullshit.
And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story Agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case.
I don't think so.
Including the sexual assault kit that had been taken at her autopsy.
He is so confident
for testing in
or at least
February
he's
of 2024.
pretending to be.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, a lot's changed about DNA and the way DNA is tested from back in 2001. I expect you're going to hear that the sensitivity of that testing has improved greatly.
God, he's so crazy.
And so, in February of 24, the crime lab was able to find first male DNA and then obtain a DNA profile from item 2I. It's going to get confusing. We can clear all this up later about the names of those items. 2I is labeled oral swab B. It's pretty confusing. And so upon further testing of 2I, what they do is they separate the DNA into what's called fractions. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it now, but the idea is you're trying to separate the female DNA from the male DNA. 2I, the oral swab B, the first fraction is a match to Tara Baker. In the second fraction, there's a partial major profile of male DNA. And that DNA is not Tara Baker and is not Chris Melton. In case I haven't been clear, when I refer to a profile,
the only DNA that wasn't,
for lack of a better
term,
talking about is a DNA fingerprint. So when I talk about profiles, that's what I mean. But that profile, that partial major profile from item 2I, was eligible to be submitted into something called CODIS. CODIS. That stands for the Combined DNA Index System. CODIS is a national database of known DNA profiles.
Yeah.
I think that as of November last year, there are about 26 million known profiles in CODIS. And once that profile from item 2I was uploaded into CODIS, the way it works is it is routinely compared against the 26 million known profiles to see if any leads could be developed. On April 30th, 2024, there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I, and that hit was to the defendant, Edrick Faust. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. So what do we know about Mr. Faust? He lived at 350 Cooper Road, and we talked about Cooper Road earlier. You can see it there. It's actually at the top of this picture. The star represents 160 Fallen Drive. I'll get more into that in just a minute. Cooper Road, again, at the very top, going horizontally in the picture. If you were to go left on Cooper Road, that's where you're going to run into Lexington Road, just to give you some orientation. Mr. Faust is living at 350 Cooper Road. 350 Cooper Road, ladies and gentlemen, is literally 585 feet from 160 Fallen Drive. So, next, what happens? Agents Bigham and Howell obtain a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA. CODIS, only a lead, you got to confirm it. And again, the first fraction from oral swab B, Tara's profile, it's always Tara's profile, vaginal, oral A, oral B, we'll clear that up later.
Wasn't that his mom's
always Tara's
house?
DNA in that first fraction. And in that second fraction, you're going to hear about there being two profiles, but the major profile, the partial major profile from item 2I was a match to Edrick Faust. And that match, I might mess up the wording of it, was 1 in 800 quadrillion.
I have objection, Your Honor. And I have a motion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. Thank you.
Okay, let me grab. Hold on. Ugh, that guy drives me nuts. Let me just grab. Stop that. Okay, let's do. I'm going to do law and crime because they do the whole day. I just can't with this guy. There's something. Ugh, he just rubs me the wrong way. I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's true. I just can't. I can't trust him. If I were sitting on that jury, I'd be like, "Stop talking to me right now, please. Please stop talking to me." Okay, hold on a second. Why did this go away? Also, why did it stop right there? That was strange. Faust. Oh, maybe it's not law and crime, actually. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Law and crime trials. Faust. Tell me they didn't take it down. Au pair. Okay. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Trial, day 2, day 1. So I'm going to try to get us back to where this ridiculous prosecutor ended. He's like giddy with excitement that they have a tiny match of DNA from her mouth. And it's like, okay, but the rest of the DNA matched Chris Melton. So she has one little swab of DNA, one little match of DNA in her mouth, but the rest where all of the assaults happened on her body are Chris Melton. Why is why aren't they seeing that? Yeah, it was his stepmom's house that he was staying at. It wasn't his house. These little things, like these little lies they tell to try to twist the jury, to show a map like that and be like 600 feet away from his house is where Tara was. It wasn't his house. And it's like sometimes I feel like the defense's job is just to go through and pick apart all the lies the prosecution told. It's a good point, Chastity. It's safe to assume that if the prosecutor spends their opening statement defending a witness rather than talking about the defendant and his crimes, that the defendant is innocent. It's a mailing address. Yeah. Also, what Lisa Lott wouldn't allow in here for the T21 says is Foss was arrested weeks after this incident, stating his address was across town. Yeah, he lived with his girlfriend. Yeah. Okay. Let me get this back up here. I can't remember what this objection was for, but we're about to find out. Add to the stage. Okay. We're on long crime now. I don't think there are captions here, though. Let's put this on playback. This is right after the. I think they're waiting for the jury.
Involves rule.
Okay, here we go. This is the first time we're hearing from Ahmad Cruz. Hey, Danielle, glad you're here. Mel, off subject. You have any single stud friends? LOL. I don't. Strange, but I don't.
Past this, there
I'll
are
let
going
you
to
know
be
if I do,
more
if
slides
I
that
find
use
somebody.
the same type of language. Obviously, when it occurs, I'm going to get up and move for mistrial again to preserve the record. But I would ask the honorable court to instruct the state to use accurate evidence that will come into, accurate descriptions of evidence that would come into evidence. This slide is not accurate. And the next two slides that
Here we go.
involve true allele won't be accurate as far as the match language on.
Oof.
Anything from the state before I make a comment?
I disagree with every assertion Mr. Cruz just made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, your comment is
That's it.
you used the word evidence. And I've already instructed the jury that anything said by the attorneys, including opening and closings and arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. This is not to be considered as evidence. It is part of the opening statement. I'm going to deny your motion.
So you're just going to
Have you
allow
heard from them?
incorrect
All right.
information to be on the screen in front of the jury. Cool. Awesome. Sweet. And the way that he just like plopped down in his chair. What a douche. Little baby. All right, let's get the jury back in. Oh, here he is with his big hands again. And his lips
1
smacking.
in 800 quadrillion. That is, if I got it right,
His face is
an
red.
8 followed by 17 zeros. That's not all that you're going to hear about as it relates to DNA testing that was conducted in 2024. You're going to hear a great deal about something called true allele. I am not going to go into it too in depth this afternoon, but basically, true allele is this high-tech software that uses something called probabilistic genotyping to decode very small or mixed samples of DNA from a piece of evidence. And again, I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of true allele here because frankly, I just don't think I do a very good job. But you are going to hear from Ashley Hinkle. Ms. Hinkle is a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab who is an expert in true allele. She'll give you a good explanation of what it is and how it works. And ultimately, you're going to hear that all 3 swabs from the sexual assault examination of Ms. Baker were analyzed using true allele.
There's
Again,
so many
that
hot
same,
mic moments in this
swab,
trial.
2I, this is oral swab B. Again, the second fraction, separating male from female DNA. At least 2 individuals, we'll explain more later. Again, the major contributor based on the true allele results was Edrick Faust. The way true allele reports, ladies and gentlemen, is that the wording is significant. It's called a likelihood ratio. What Ms. Hinkle, I expect, is going to tell you that the likelihood of a match between Mr. Faust and the partial major profile in 2I is 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. 30 octillion. Again, if I counted right, that is a 3 followed by 28 zeros.
Oh, shut up, dude. No one gives a fuck.
Okay, next one. So 2J is another swab that was collected at the sexual assault kit from Dr. Falzon way back in 2001. We're going to explain more about what 2J is throughout the trial. First fraction, again, Tara, always Tara. The second fraction of 2J had the profile of at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton.
He feels less confident
You're
about
right,
this
30
one.
octillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And there's also a match to Edrick Faust. Likelihood ratio there.
I would renew my request, my objection.
Your motion is denied.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
The match to Mr. Faust here is 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match.
Yeah, well, it's also 8 octillion.
Then also, ladies and
times
gentlemen, you'll
more
hear about
possible.
true alleles analysis of the rectal swabs. Here, the
Chris
second
Melton.
fraction had at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton, a much lower number, 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match.
So there's more DNA from Chris
Going
Melton
back,
than anybody.
ladies and gentlemen, to
including
2J,
Tara.
the last one that I mentioned. It's a very important fact that I almost overlooked. Why would Chris's DNA be present in 2J? Well, I expect the evidence is going to show you that he and Tara had been intimate the weekend prior to her death. I expect that you'll hear that it's not uncommon for DNA to be found that far in the past, or when sex was known to have happened that far in the past. I expect you're going to hear that current guidelines for collection of evidence in cases like this is 120 hours. So that's 5 days. And again, Chris and Tara had been intimate the weekend before her death.
Did he just laugh?
So
Was that a
the
wheezy
rectal
laugh?
swabs, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Obviously, only Chris's DNA is found there. It's a very small amount. That's significant. You'll hear more about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to be very clear that Chris and Tara were not engaging in anal sex. You're going to hear about a phenomenon known in the forensic community known as drainage. I guess an easier way to think about that is gravity. This is a known fact.
God, I can't.
Semen, just like any other physical object, is subject to gravity. And the vagina and the anus are in pretty close proximity. And remember how Tara's found in the floor of her bedroom. All right, so I'm nearing the end of our story. Armed with their investigation to this point, Agents Bigham and Howell interviewed the defendant. That took place on May the 9th of 2024, and it happened at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Mr. Faust had been placed under arrest for the murder of Tara. He was read his rights, and he agreed to talk with him. Now, I'm not going to go into everything that was said over the course of that interview. You're going to see and hear the relevant portions of that interview. But just a note, Mr. Faust said that he'd been living at 350 Cooper Road, off known, for 40 years, to include the time frame back in 2001. 350 Cooper Road was actually his stepmother's house. During the interview, Mr. Faust denies ever dating anyone in Deer Park, ever knowing anyone in Deer Park, or that anyone from Deer Park ever came over to his house. And all that was said in this interview before he was actually told what the charges were for. And you're going to see, frankly, during this interview, the evidence is going to show that this is pretty conversational nature between the defendant and Agents Bigham and Howell. And then at the end, they tell him what the charges were for. Agent Howell actually says, and he's referring to Tara here, "Don't you remember? It's kind of a big deal." Agent Howell offers, "If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt."
Ew.
And you'll hear the defendant's reaction.
You'll hear it, but you won't see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my opening remarks, I talked about how this trial represents the final chapter in a long, sad saga for both the Baker family and for the Athens community. For decades, everyone who loved Tara wanted to know, who killed Tara Baker? Ladies and gentlemen, Edrick Faust killed Tara Baker.
Fuck off.
Edrick Faust sexually assaulted Tara Baker. Edrick Faust set her house on fire. And now, the final chapter begins today.
Nah.
But the last few pages of this story haven't been written. At the end of the trial, we're going to hand you the pen, and you, the jury, will write those last few pages. And when you do, you'll have the evidence to write the correct ending to this horrible saga.
This guy,
Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say the happy ending.
he thinks
not
that what
possible.
he just wrote there is like
The correct one.
mwah.
You'll have everything you need to know to write the ending that the facts support and that justice demands. An ending that finds, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant, Edrick Faust, is guilty as charged. Thank you.
You wrong. You
Counsel for the
wrong.
defense, opening statement.
Can we use the monitors, please, Your Honor?
Here we go, Cruz. Here we go, Cruz.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. Edrick Faust
He's so cute.
during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service.
Okay, I just want to give you guys a quick heads up. Ahmad Cruz has a tendency to walk around a bit, so he walks away from the microphone. There are not captions. Well, maybe there are. Hold on, let me see if I can get captions up. Oh, good. Yeah, we have captions. Okay. So the good news is we have captions, but the sound does dip out every once in a while. So just be prepared for that. But he's such a lovely, good guy.
And no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put this one, you'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed.
I like these slides better.
Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence to you, or they cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Ms. Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Ms. Baker's body? They don't know.
Good question.
They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Ms. Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, Black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Ms. Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but one person was reported twice.
Wow.
It was a Black male. He had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood. How did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning?
Wow.
And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a Black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is not an issue in this case. DNA is not an issue in this case. But they may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they present to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Ms. Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that he is the person that killed Ms. Baker?
It's a great fucking question. I would have said in your mouth.
This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he is charged with. That's it.
Yes,
that is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Ms. Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Ms. Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment, sexually assaulting Ms. Baker, and killing Ms. Baker. That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger on stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy. and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case of Ms. Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial is Ms. Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put emphasis on and what you'll hear in evidence is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to, we expect the evidence to show that. We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death.
Handsome.
In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear from some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Ms. Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Ms. Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Ms. Brenda Sweeney at the time.
There you go. Correct the record.
And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death.
Whoa, there it is.
So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001. These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. These are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Ms. Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this to Ms. Baker, they beat her, they punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, and we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Ms. Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Ms. Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Ms. Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Ms. Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Ms. Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Ms. Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Ms. Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove. And when this blanket caught a blaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Ms. Baker's room while Ms. Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air. You will hear that there was shooting at lungs. He places this blanket on the bed. And then this person takes your laptop. You will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in 2001, laptops.
Great point, Akasha.
But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door. You saw a picture of it in the States, open it. Closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door. This person wiped down the stove handles. This person wiped down the back door. This person wiped down the windows. And when firefighters, obviously fired a couple hours later, fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you'll learn that Ms. Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They have to kick in the front door. It's deadbolt locked. And the back door, there's so much smoke, and the state says in there, there's so much smoke in the house, the firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt is locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Ms. Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked with. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off of her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state's not going to present any evidence that a towel was wearing on her. She was completely nude, no clothing on her body at all.
I would just say, let me just pause real quick because these are interesting comments that Akasha is making. If Faust, who was a stranger to her, did something this bad to her, how has he never done it to anyone again? He just wouldn't do that once and never again. I'd agree with that, but I'd say the same could be said for Chris Melton. So if Chris Melton is the one who actually did this to her, has he done this to other people? Like, that's something that probably should be looked into, in my opinion. Crushing it, Cruz. Crushing it.
Now, while this individual was strangling Miss Baker, you don't leave out this like evidence we intend to present is that Miss Baker was scratching at this individual's hands while he was trying to strangle.
Which is what those scratches marks are on Chris Melton's hand.
While he was choking, Miss Baker was grabbing his hair, trying to get him off her. And the forensics evidence, we'll get into the forensics, I won't go there now, but forensics evidence will support that Miss Baker was fighting for her life. Now, I mentioned the back door, that the back door was deadbolt locked. You will hear from a young lady by the name of Miss Kishana Armstrong. She's Miss Baker's neighbor. Miss Baker stayed at 160 Bond Drive. Miss Armstrong stayed at 140 Bond Drive.
He
So
said,
looking at this map, Miss Baker's home was here, where the blue car is. Miss Armstrong's home is right here. And what Miss Armstrong can tell you, and this is the same thing she told law enforcement 20 plus years ago that they ignored, was that, hey, it was 7:45 in the morning. I was going to my car because I had classes. I was getting ready to go to school. And to my surprise, I found it odd that a white guy was running through my backyard with a white t-shirt on and light blue jeans. And Miss Armstrong is going to tell you. You'll see a photo of it. But Miss Armstrong is going to tell you, she's going to testify. And what she'll tell you is this person, they can't remember the face, this was 24 years ago. And you'll learn police never followed up with it. They never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. And as the state said, Chris Melton was the center of the investigation, right? But they never showed
Chris
her
Melton technically had an alibi at 7:15 a.m. So
what she'll come in and testify to is, hey, I don't remember the person's face. I can't really remember the person's hair, but I do remember the person having the exact same color hair as Chris Melton. That's what Miss Armstrong is going to tell you. This is Chris Melton.
yeah, I agree with you guys. I do think that if a human commits a sexual assault, they're liable to do it again. I'm not suggesting murder. But with a sexual assault, I think that there's a possibility they would do that again. So that if Chris Melton did do this, he might have a history with other women. I think that would be interesting. I totally agree with you guys, though, that this was very personal. This was overkill. This was a personal thing. Whoever did this to her was really angry with her. And there's no way in my brain to make it make sense that Faust would have broken in through the window and just assumed that she was going to be there alone and that no one was going to interrupt them and then left through the window. That does not make sense. That just doesn't make sense. The person who did this knew that she was going to be alone. And that's the only way that I can see it right now. And then there was one other question. Emily, we are watching, this is called Retrials with Mel, which means that we are going through a trial that's already happened that I haven't seen. And this is the Edrick Faust, the Georgia v. Edrick Faust trial. That's what we're watching. Okay, back to it.
Back in 2001. Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you that she can't remember her hairstyle. I can't remember her hairstyle. But I do vividly remember this person's hair color. And what you'll learn is police never even asked her hair color. They don't even ask her. When they interviewed 20 years ago, they don't ask her the hair color. Only thing they ask her, how tall is the person, what age group does he look like he was in. And she'll say he looks like he was in his 20s. He had kind of like a medium athletic type of build. And they're aware that Miss Baker is dating Chris Melton. They never show her a photo.
What color was the hair found in her hand? That's what I want to know.
You will learn in this case that law enforcement ignored Miss Armstrong for 25 years. We had to reach out to Miss Armstrong. Once Mr. Faust was arrested, Miss Armstrong was no longer needed. Crime of opportunity. I told you that I would talk about how this crime is a crime of opportunity. During this trial, one of the most important facts that you all will learn is that Miss Baker did indeed have two roommates. One of her roommates is Dr. Valerie Lowe. I believe you heard from the state. She now Then she went by Miss Allen, and also Mrs. Ashley P.D. Hall. At the time of this case in 2001, she went by Miss Hall. You will learn that each girl had a boyfriend. We were counting Miss Baker and Miss Chanel. So at any given time, you will learn that 6 people in the house. And it was very rare, your testimony, very rare that someone would be at the house alone. However, on January 18, 2001, being great home base, Dr. Lowe tells Miss Baker, hey, I'm not going to be home. We can tell that she was going somewhere with her boyfriend.
There it
She's
is.
gonna be out of town. Miss Ashley P. Hall tells Miss Baker the exact same thing. And you will hear testimony about Miss Baker's response. What you will know is that Miss Baker was home alone. What you will also hear is that Miss Baker and Chris Melton spoke the day before her death 5 times. There was a 22-minute call. There was a 5-minute call. There was a 19-minute call. And there was 2 other short calls the day before her death between Miss Baker and Chris Melton. And when law enforcement asked Chris Melton the day of the crime, or the day close to the crime, hey, did you know that Miss Baker was going to be by herself? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. I didn't know that. She wouldn't have told me anything like that. But I do remember me telling her that I wouldn't be able to come down to Ashland to spend the night with her. A couple of years go by. And police do this as part of the investigation tactics. Police asked me again, hey, do you remember if Miss Baker told you that she was going to be home alone by herself the day before she died? Chris Melton then tells law enforcement, I don't remember. So a question that you will have to ask, maybe a question that you will have, is if your future fiance told you she was going to be by herself and died the next day, is that a fact that you will forget?
Nope.
You will also learn about the nature of their relationship. Dr. Lowe will tell you that Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton, first semester of law school, was like this. They're really tight, really close. Mr. Melton will probably testify that if there are 7 days in a week, 5 of those days, him and Ms. Baker will be together. And this is first semester. But you'll hear from Dr. Lowe that on New Year's Day of 2001, she came home, and to her surprise, Ms. Baker was home alone. And she talked to Ms. Baker about it. She asked her about it. Ms. Baker gave a response. I think it's that. But Dr. Lowe will say there was a change in the relationship from that day up until the time Sarah had died. They were not spending as much time together as they used to. But you'll also hear from Ms. Baker's best friend. And I say best friend because Chris Melton stated, and that may be his testimony, that Mrs. P.D. Hall was Sarah Baker's best friend. She described the relationship to law enforcement as it's pretty much like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But when law enforcement asked Mr. Melton about the relationship, Mr. Melton said, "Oh, everything was fine. I was about to choose my borderline fiance. We were about to get married." It wasn't until 5 months later, in June, when law enforcement approached Mr. Melton and said, "Chris, we heard about a fight that you and Tara had a week before her death. Do you know about that?" And for the very first time, he admits that there was trouble in paradise. He says, "Oh yeah, I know about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was something minor." Now, in the evidence that was provided to us, it wasn't provided to us. You'll learn that we don't have any information on what that fight was about except what Chris Melton said it was about. But it also matches up with Chris Melton's timeline. Chris Melton, in an interview with police in 2024, he told law enforcement that he had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. Okay? That is very important enough. He said that I had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. That 10 days
Thanks,
lines
Jen.
up with
See
the
you
last
around.
fight. And Chris Melton said, 5 months later, I remember this fight. That is an important date to remember. Because in 2001, when Chris Melton was asked, or matter of fact, he wasn't asked, Chris Melton was told that there was DNA evidence in this case in 2001. When they told him it was DNA evidence, Chris Melton volunteered. I was here 6 days ago. She was at my parents' house, and we had sex 6 days ago. And then he asked, "Did y'all find semen or anything on it like that?" But this is the issue. Law enforcement failed to follow up. They met with Chris Melton's parents, and you would think it's a significant piece of information that you saw a young lady that died at your home the week before she died. The parents never mentioned or confirmed seeing Tara Baker at her home. She was at their home the weekend before. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. He started 10 days before she died, and they had a fight the week before, which was line up business.
Come in. Okay, I have a quick question. I don't know if anyone in the chat will know this. One of the questions I have, and I feel like it hasn't been covered yet, even though it's been brought up. If Tara was scratching at her attacker's hands, which would match what was on the back of Chris Melton's hands, did they find skin cells or DNA or anything under her fingernails? I know they said they took fingernail clippings and toenail clippings. Does anyone remember if they found DNA or skin cells or anything like that under her nails?
I promise you that I would talk to you about Chris and Tara's relationship. So this was a relationship where these individuals met at Georgia Military College. Chris was in school as a pre-med major. So pre-med is pretty much the individuals who went to school to become doctors. Tara was in school. Miss Baker was in school to become a lawyer. So these individuals were equally yoked. Miss Baker graduated school, and of course, as you know, she entered law school. Mr. Melton dropped out of school. And what happened when Mr. Melton dropped out of school? Miss Baker, she moved to Athens to attend law school. And I'm sure Chris Melton, he had an Asian woman, he followed. And he didn't follow and move in with Miss Baker. What he did, he followed and moved into a room with someone else that Miss Baker introduced him to. And you will learn that Mr. Melton, to stay close to Tara, was traveling back and forth every day for work from Athens to Covington, Loganville, Gwinnett County, Georgia, every single day while Miss Baker was attending law school.
It's like an hour apart, I think, Covington and Athens.
You will hear that towards the end of 2000, as I mentioned, that Miss Baker was distancing herself from Mr. Melton, and she was developing a friendship with another individual, an individual that was in her profession. Her roommates will also tell you that the relationship with Mr. Melton was coming to an end. Now, this is the biggest thing I want you to focus on during the closing. During the evidence. Is Chris Melton's behavior after Miss Baker died. This is going to be extremely telling evidence. Miss Baker dies on January 19th. On January 25th, Mr. Melton goes to Miss P.D. Hall's home to spend the weekend with her and her boyfriend, the family. On the 25th, he calls a girl by the name of Lisa Tucker.
Lisa.
He goes on a lunch. I'll say that he goes on a lunch. I don't want to say anything.
Double date.
We're talking within a week of this borderline fiance dying. Then on his next date, after he set up a lunch with Miss Lisa Tucker, he then calls a woman by the name of Holly Hubbard and sets up a lunch with her as well. And it's
What's up with these names?
This lunch with Chris and Miss Holly Hubbard. She took her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hall.
Holly Hubbard.
And what she'll tell you, or what the evidence will show, is that during that lunch, Miss P.D. Hall witnessed Mr. Melton flirting with Holly Hubbard and even rubbing Miss Holly Hubbard's back a week after his girlfriend has just died. And when Miss Ashley P.D. Hall says, all right, me and Chris are leaving, Chris Hall, the boyfriend's Chris Hall. Me and Chris are leaving, Mr. Melton explained to him that he was going to stay and hang out with Miss Hubbard. And this, again, is within a week of his borderline fiance being brutally murdered.
Skeezy. I have lots of questions about DNA and hair and nails and skin cells.
You'll learn on January 27th, after hanging out with Miss Hubbard, he called her around 10 o'clock that night and told her that she was going to town to give him a call. Again, this is a week after his girlfriend's sister was murdered. Miss Hubbard did not give Mr. Melton a call.
God, the sound is awful.
You'll also learn that there was a candlelight vigil where the woman that Mr. Melton claimed loved, that you experienced death, death is like this, losing an instant. There was a candlelight vigil held for Miss Baker. And every morning that candlelight vigil, Miss Baker, Mr. Melton told law enforcement, because they had to confront him with this information. This is nothing that he told law enforcement. They confronted him with this information. Mr. Melton told law enforcement that, yeah, I knew about the candlelight vigil. I knew about it for about 4 days. But, Lauren, she already had these tickets to this country concert at Turner Field. And, she told me that she talked me out of going. She said that, Chris, that isn't somewhere you need to be. So instead of going to his girlfriend's, if they were still together, his girlfriend's candlelight vigil, he went to a country concert at Turner Field with 2 other couples. It was him and Laura Sherling. It was Laura Sherling's mom and dad. And it was also another guy and gal couple. You, the jurors, will have to decide if Chris Melton's actions after Miss Baker's death were consistent with someone who had suddenly lost their future wife. It's talking about law enforcement's failures. And there was a lot of failures in this case. During the trial, you will learn this case is not simply about my client, Mr. Faust. This case is not simply about Mr. Melton, nor is this case simply about Tara Baker. You will learn that this is a case of law enforcement neglect and failure. The evidence will show while this entire community was in dread and fear, law enforcement had enough evidence supporting that the person that killed Miss Baker was right in front of them. But because of the cameras, because of the media attention, and because of the sensationalism, they had Mr. Faust sitting in that chair. The evidence will show that law enforcement knew, this is information they're aware of, law enforcement knew and ignored, as I mentioned, that all the human hair found on her body that did not belong to Miss Baker was of Caucasian origin. You will not hear a shred of evidence that there's an African-American man's hair on Miss Baker's body. And the reason I showed you a photo of Mr. Faust with the afro is because he had a lot of hair. The evidence will show that law enforcement conducted a DNA test. A DNA test was done. This isn't the first DNA test. A DNA test was conducted on a pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. Now, in this case, and the state has already told you this, so I'll follow up with it. In this case, it is undisputed that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. A piece of evidence that law enforcement had was a pubic hair was found on her buttocks. They conducted a mitochondrial DNA test on this hair. And the results of the test was that Mr. Melton could not be excluded as the contributor of the hair.
There it is.
This is information law enforcement had. Law enforcement knew, and this science is now not good science. I do want to be very clear with you. So we're not talking about it because of its scientific purposes. We're talking to you about it because they knew this information. There was a hair found on the murder weapon, Ms. Baker's murder weapon. So on the cord that was used to strangle her, the cord block was next to Ms. Baker's head. I'm sure you'll see photographs of how Ms. Baker was found. On this block, they found hairs, human hairs. And one of the hairs, they did a test. It's not good science anymore. I want to make that clear. But at the time of 2001, law enforcement knew that that the scientists had determined that this hair was similar to Chris Melton's hair. Law enforcement ignored it.
No testing. No testing on the hair? What the frick?
Law enforcement knew and ignored, and the state has already told you this. There was no evidence of forced entry in Ms. Baker's home. They talked about a window. This is what you will see in the evidence.
He's very organized. I appreciate this. He's like, get out of my way, DAs.
Can we? Sure. This is the window that the state talked to you about. It's not the best picture, but what you'll see is there's a screen in this window.
We had a lot of time
because they could not figure out how the person got into the home, they started going around the house and they saw a bent screen. You were here, they saw a bent screen. And because the screen is bent and in the window, they assumed, hey, maybe this person broke in the house by taking the screen down, lifting up the window, lifting up the blinds, climbing into the window, committing this crime. Then, because the doors are locked, they climbed back out the window, let the blinds down, closed the window, then put the screen back in place.
How'd they put the
I'll show you a closer
blinds
picture
down?
of what you will receive in evidence of that screen. That's a closer image of it. And this is one more image of that screen as well. And it's just showing the shape it was in when law enforcement saw this screen window. That's the outside. Now we're going to show you the inside, and this is what you'll see. The person
left
as well.
and locked the door. They didn't go in through that window.
This is the inside of that window. Chair in front of the window, blinds down, unruffled. But this is how they're alleging Mr. Faust entered into Ms. Baker's home and exited Ms. Baker's home to commit this crime.
I mean, this case could have been over in openings, you know? If you assume, if you're
law enforcement
on the
ignored,
jury,
there was no signs of forced entry into her home.
This way. I know that there's a lot of conjecture and there's a lot of dramatics that happen in the opening statements, but let's assume that you think that both sides have evidence for what they've put in front of the jury in their opening statements. Let's say it's concrete. In opening statements, this case is done. The defense won. I don't understand, A, how it got to this courtroom as a charged case against Faust, and B, how a jury convicted him. Right now, I don't understand it.
They ignored that both the front doors were deadbolt locked and the back doors were deadbolt locked. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and this is very important too, because Mr. Faust is charged with a burglary. Dr. Lowe, tell you that in her room, she had a change jar with money, she had jewelry in her room, she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched. Nobody had to ramp her. You would also hear from Miss Ashley P.B. Hall, who will tell you, you may even see images, but you will learn that she had jewelry in her room and she had electronics in her room, and nothing
I love his accent.
was touched or taken. Nothing was rampled through. Then you will hear about Miss Baker's room. Miss Baker had heirloom jewelry in her room. Heirloom jewelry. She had diamond earrings in her ears.
I love
And
him.
the only thing that was taken is a personal item, which was her laptop. Police ignored that fact. Law enforcement also ignored, and well, let me say this. So we don't have to prove anything, right? We don't have to present any evidence. The state has to answer the questions when it comes to this case. There are no questions that we have to answer. But something that law enforcement knew and ignored was after Miss Baker's death. A young lady volunteered. She called in to law enforcement and said, "Hey, I believe Miss Baker was out at a Mexican restaurant with me the night before her death." This young lady's name is Jessica Gann. And we're either get it through Ms. Gann or we're get it through the law enforcement officer she told it to. But she said, "Hey, Miss Baker was out with me the night before she died." She said, "We're at a Mexican grill, and I don't know if it's her, but I believe it was her. One girl she was talking about law school. I think I heard her." Law enforcement never followed up on this information. Law enforcement never showed Ms. Gann any type of photo of Ms. Baker. Law enforcement never followed up on her to figure out, okay, what more information do you have? They never even confirmed whether or not it was Miss Baker she saw. They just ignored it.
Notice how the judge doesn't think anything's wrong here.
So the state cannot present
Not even
evidence to
paying
you
attention.
supporting that Miss Baker, after she left the law library the night before she died, that she did not go out. They don't know. They don't know if Miss Baker went out. They don't know if Miss Baker went home.
Watch
They
the
just
judge.
don't know. And they don't have any evidence to show one way or the other. Now, they mentioned Chris
Nothing.
Melton's alibi. On January 21st, Chris Melton's parents told him, law enforcement, they are after you. They are coming for you, Chris. That is a quote from Mr. Melton. And his parents told him, Chris, they are coming for you. This was January 19th, 21st.
His parents alibied him.
Police wait 4 months to go speak to Mr. Melton's parents after they've already told him 4 months prior that they're coming for you. And mind you, Mr. Melton is staying with his parents now, so he's in the house every single day. They asked the parents, hey, can you tell us what your son was doing 4 months ago on January 19th, 2001 at 7 o'clock in the morning? Can you give me a rundown? Surprisingly, Chris Melton learns their only son, unless they've had children since then, but he was their only son at the time. They said, oh, he was at home. He was here. I remember seeing him. He was walking around, we're mulling around that morning. And then he left our house, and we know exactly where he went. How would they know that information? How would they know where Mr. Melton was going 4 months prior? But this is law enforcement confirming Mr. Melton's alibi. Speaking to his parents, 4 months. 4 months after Miss Baker's death. Law enforcement failed to verify Chris Melton's alibi thoroughly. They just started taking words. Well, he was here. Okay, perfect. He was with you. Okay, perfect. And this is the important thing in this case. The most important time in this case is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Nope.
Whatever happens after 9 a.m., it doesn't matter because the murder is taking place. So 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Remember, Ms. Kashana Armstrong at 7:45
7 a.m.
said she saw this guy running. 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is the most important window in this case. Law enforcement also waited 4 months to try and get Mr. Melton's phone records. They waited 4 months after Ms. Baker's death to try to get the phone records for his apartment phone, and that may or may not be important to y'all, but to get the records for his apartment phone and his parents' phone call records, resulting in those records being lost forever. So what the state will not be able to present to you in defense of Mr. Melton is that, hey, we have these phone records showing where he was. Those records were lost because law enforcement did not act to get those records. This is the most important thing. So they showed you all the map of Miss Baker's home with Cooper Road, and they showed you where Mr. Faust's home is located. Y'all remember that in the box? Okay. This is what law enforcement, this is what you want. They did a neighborhood canvas. They had roadblock, all this great stuff. Things you want here. One, they did not talk to the residents on the other side of your park. They could have simply went to 350 Cooper Road and knocked on the door. And they would have had all the information they needed about Mr. Faust because, as they mentioned, 350 Cooper Road was his stepmother's home. So she could have given them all the information they needed. Two, law enforcement was aware, because you would hear Ms. Stevens say that, hey, I've looked at every document in this case. They were aware that Mr. Faust or his grandmother, if they notated, I don't know how good their notes were, but those were not two individuals that were notated as individuals that they spoke to around the time of Ms. Baker's death.
Okay,
But
that's
this is a
interesting.
theory of theirs, because they're saying that Mr. Faust stayed a block away. They're basing that on him saying, hey, I stayed at this address for a year. But again, they didn't go and interview those. They interviewed people in Deer Park, in the neighborhood that Ms. Baker stayed in.
He's so much calmer.
Chris
than
Melton, another important fact. After Ms. Baker's death, Chris Melton comes to the police department with his hands covered in plumbing. You will hear from law enforcement that there was a shirt that Miss Ashley TV Hall, she's an amazing friend. She did everything she could to try to figure out what's going on with Ms. Baker. When Chris Melton came to her house, there was a shirt that she washed, and it was a substance. She called police and said, hey, we believe there's an issue with the shirt. And what law enforcement determined was the substance on the shirt was the exact same substance Chris Melton showed up to the police department with his hands covered in the day of her death.
Oh,
Now, you may
really?
hear how he was bragging and trying to play it for you all. But you may hear law enforcement, I'm going to play it. I've played a couple of times. But you'll hear law enforcement ask him, and this is a quote, do you want to watch them things? And Chris Melton says, no, this is neat right here.
You want
They
to
never
watch
searched
them
Chris
things.
Melton's apartment. They never searched Chris
Wow.
Melton's car for blood.
Wow.
You'll hear about the name of Lindsay Baker.
And they
He
never
begged.
went
You'll hear
into
he
34
begged law enforcement,
Fairview.
Search his car. He just searched his car. He just searched his car. But what you will learn is, and the state already told you this, when Chris Melton came to Athens, he didn't bring his truck back.
Hmm.
He rode in Josh's truck. And law
Interesting.
enforcement never searched his car for blood. They didn't care. You won't hear evidence presented by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's car. You won't hear evidence by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's apartment. You won't hear evidence from the state that they searched Mr. Baker's parents' home.
Shoddy Keystone cops. Crappy police work.
In regards to the claim that Mr. Melton made that he saw Miss Baker 6 days before her death, law enforcement never attempted to confirm that. They just took his word for it. Parents didn't confirm it. No one confirmed it. They just simply, well, Chris said it, so it must mean it's true.
Whip, Chris said it.
Let's talk about the forensics. I've already talked to you about the hair. there's no, and I'm gonna talk about this twice. When law enforcement met with, and the state told you this, when law enforcement met with Mr. Faust in the interview, what they told Mr. Faust was that your DNA was found in the house in Deer Park. You will hear no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA was found in any place other than Ms. Baker's body. His DNA was not in the house unless you're saying in the house because it's in Ms. Baker's body. There's no DNA of Mr. Faust ever being present in that house. And you will hear these added, I have never, I don't know anybody over there. He's going to say that. What law enforcement did not do, matter of fact, before I get to that, there are no handprints belonging to Mr. Faust. There are no fingerprints that the state will present to you belonging to Mr. Faust. There is nothing inside of the house that the state will be able to present to you to connect Mr. Faust with Miss Baker's house.
Strong.
The state wants you to believe that Mr. Faust is smart enough to enter Miss Baker's home, fight with Miss Baker, kill Miss Baker without leaving a trace of evidence behind, sexually assault her, right? Because they're charging him with aggravated
Without
sodomy
leaving a
based
trace
on
of evidence.
the allegation that he sexually assaulted Miss Baker anally, but sexually assaulted her without leaving any identifiable DNA behind, then escaped Deer Park just unseen. But he is dumb enough to leave his DNA in her body and commit the charged crimes at the busiest time of the morning. And I don't think the state ever told you what time they are alleging that Mr. Faust committed this crime. Their window is between 8 a.m. and probably around 8:45.
Oh, stop.
And you don't leave your common sense at home. You know what's going on at 8 in the morning and 8:45 outside your neighborhoods. But you have to decide as the jurors, does that make sense? That's the question you have to answer.
No.
The DNA. I think this is the most important part of this case that I would like to talk about. We talked about the DNA test conducted on the pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. But I would like to talk about the sexual assault kit that the state talks to you about. So the sexual assault kit that's explained to you came back with multiple DNA profiles. Mr. Faust was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Melton was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Faust's DNA, if I understand the DNA correctly, and I may not, the testimony would be much clearer to me, was found in her vagina and her mouth. Chris Melton will tell you that Ms. Baker engaged in vaginal and oral sex. That is very important fact in this case. However, as you know from the charges in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy for anal sexual assault. Chris Melton told law enforcement when they asked him, do you all engage in anal sex? No, never. She doesn't do anything like that. You know, we just have normal sex. Well, lo and behold,
Normal.
the DNA results back. The only identifiable profile in Ms. Baker's anus is Chris Melton's profile.
Boom.
Now, something the state mentioned, they told you in opening that gravity could make the DNA go into that area. But what the state says is evidence. But what Dr. Falzone says will be evidence. He is the medical examiner. He's the person that did the autopsy. And what he's going to tell you is that it is clear that Ms. Baker sexually assaulted anally. Based on the injuries, well, let me use the right language. He's going to say it's consistent. That's the proper language. That her injuries to her anus are consistent with sexual assault anally. And the only identifiable DNA profile
Poor woman.
is Chris Melton.
There it is. Right there. I mean, that's enough, right?
The state will not present any evidence to you reporting that Mr. Faust ever engaged in anal sex with Ms. Baker. It is important that you focus on the evidence that is presented. He is charged with aggravated sodomy, and his DNA is not even identified. All right. There's no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust had anal sex with Ms. Baker anytime or anywhere. The state will not be able to present evidence supporting that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker engaged in that act.
I think the judge is bored.
Now I would like to talk to you about what I call directing the investigation. You will learn that once law enforcement became aware of Mr. Melton's DNA in Ms. Baker's body, they learned that information that Chris Melton had previously told them was false. Okay? You heard the state tell you that DNA typically in certain places only lasts about 5 days. I left out of place. Mr. Melton's DNA was also found in her vagina as well. So his DNA was found in her vagina, anus. Mr. Faust's DNA was found in vagina and mouth. Okay? But you will learn that this DNA, Chris Melton, as the state said, only lasts about 5 days. When law enforcement interviewed Chris Melton, they asked him when was the last time he saw her. He said 10 days, which I said was in line with their fight that he was approached about in June of 2001, the week before death. Law enforcement says, well, look, and I'm going to make sure I take this ready. Instead of interrogating Chris Melton and confronting him and saying, hey, you've been dishonest with us, something's not right here, we've seen the picture of your hands, what law enforcement tells Mr. Melton is they sit down and meet with him. And you're going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, that she asked Chris, and this is a quote, so was there ever a time in those 10 days, whatever up, leading up into her death, that y'all just had a quick booty call or met up real fast or anything like that? Chris Melton responded, no. She knew what the DNA evidence was telling her. Ms. Bigham then tells Chris, I need you to be 150% honest with me. And I know that what I'm about to ask you, and I emphasize this language, is not what has been said for 23 years. And that may hinder you from wanting to be honest with me. But you've got to be honest with me. She then tells Chris Melton, look, your DNA will only last in her body 2 or 3 days. And that she needs to, and you'll hear this, she needs to separate Chris Melton's DNA from bad guy's DNA. She says this. I need to be able to explain it. I need to be able to explain it. Jeremy Howell tells Chris Melton, you'll hear Jeremy Howell testify, that the timeline needs to be correct. Everything needs to make sense. And if we know that this window is here and you're over here, I can't explain this gap. You need to be here. But Chris Melton, and you have to decide if he sticks to the story because he knows he's lied before, continuously denies being with Miss Baker of her death. They asked Mr. Melton, well, were you with her the night before? You had a booty call with her at 12 o'clock? He says no. They said, well, how about 2 days before? No. Well, how about 3 days, Mr. Melton? Were you with her 3 days before? No. And eventually they get Mr. Melton for the first time to say in this interview, for 23 years, he changed his story to, you know what? Well, we maybe did it on Sunday. We might have did it on Sunday. And then Elizabeth Biggums tells Chris Melton in this interview, not an interrogation, in an interview, I think we just have to be able to explain it. I think we just have to be able to explain it. And that is our job, is to explain it. So we can then go after the one that we think did this. She laughs. I mean, and evidence will show Mr. Faust is the individual that she was referring to. My client. When Chris continues to refuse to put himself and Miss Baker together, Miss Biggum, she says, if you're like, you know what? I effing lied about it 23 years ago because I was a scared, terrified kid. And you're right. I had a booty call with her that night. I left at midnight and I don't know what happened after that. It'll be, thank you. Have a nice day. We'll let you know what happens. Like, that's it. We just want to be able to explain it and make it make sense so we can focus on this, So they can focus on this. So they can focus on this. You'll learn the lead investigator in this case, Elizabeth Biggum, told Chris Melton it was okay if he changed his story or changed his timeline of when he was with Miss Baker. And if he admitted to lying to police for 23 years so that she could explain away his DNA and put the focus on Mr. Faust and the responsibility for Miss Baker's murder on Mr. Faust, everything would be okay. She would explain it away. When Mr. Melton would not help Miss Biggum explain away his DNA, despite the 23 years of conflicting statements from Mr. Melton, and evidence, and you have to decide, but evidence pointing away from Mr. Faust's involvement in this case, the allure of being a hero, the allure of being on TV, being the officer to solve the 23-year-old Tara Baker case became too strong. And we ended up in the courtroom before 12 jurors to decide Mr. Faust's fate. The allure of being on TV became more powerful than following the evidence.
Yes.
And on May 9th, 2024, while Mr. Faust had just finished working, he's at Walmart buying a Simply Lemonade, police cars swoop in on him and put him in handcuffs and arrest him. Solely because, and this is very important, and follow the state's timeline, solely because his DNA was present in this case. At the time of Mr. Faust's arrest, which you will learn, it's not, and this is not a DNA case. We didn't come here to fight with DNA. You will learn Chris Melton's DNA is present, unidentified DNA is present.
Tell me what the difference is between Chris Melton and Edrick Faust.
Burglary, based on DNA alone. He was arrested and charged with aggravated sodomy in the anus, even though his DNA isn't present. He was charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was charged with Nally's murder. And every other count in this indictment solely based on his DNA being present, along with Chris Melton's DNA. Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust. And I thank you for your patience. Do you all need a break?
No.
Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust. To meet its burden of proof to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, the state is going to rely on, they're going to present evidence of Mr. Faust's DNA being present.
Judge's board.
Right? That isn't anything we're fighting with. As I told you, Mr. Faust's DNA profile was not the only DNA profile present, but these are the questions you have to answer, or the state has to answer. Mr. Faust's DNA profile being present does not tell you why this crime occurred or how this crime occurred. You have to ask for that evidence. It does not tell you when the contact happened. And we don't know. It's been 24 years, 25 years. They charged him with rape. They have to present evidence that it was rape. The only thing that we could possibly say that you're here in the testimony in this case is that maybe when she was out in the Mexican restaurant, we don't know because they never followed up on it. They came into contact.
There it is.
We don't know.
There it is.
But that's the question the state has to answer. If you're saying it's rape, explain to us why his DNA is there. If you're saying it's rape, prove it. It does not tell us how the contact between Miss Baker and Mr. Faust took place.
There it is.
Approach.
Okay, they're going to ask the jury to leave. So let's see. And here's the crazy thing.
Ladies
Okay,
and
so
gentlemen, we're going to have you go
I
into
just
the
want to
jury.
make this point. Old white dude over here for the DA is the one who objected. He's the one who gave the opening, but the DA is the one who's going to make the argument. Kind of crazy. Okay. And just a little housekeeping scheduling update. So this is only going to go on just a little bit longer. I am going to end this right after the opening because I do have a couple of other appointments tonight. But we'll pick it up tomorrow from where we left off with witnesses. So I just wanted to make that clear for everybody. All right, let's get the jury out. She wasn't even paying attention when the objection happened. She was just like staring off into space. Ugh.
Do you have a motion? Mr.
Yes, Judge, because I think this relates to our ruling as to 412 evidence, which I just think Mr. Cruz violated in a manner that borders on placing him in contempt, quite frankly.
What?
Mr. Cruz just intimated about the possibility of prior consensual contact that resulted in Mr. Faust's DNA being present in Ms. Baker's body outside of the complained of contact, which would be previous sexual contact that requires 412 notice,
dude.
Your Honor. So I think Mr. Cruz has quite intentionally actually violated the court's order, which court has made clear to him after multiple hearings on the issue. And so I'd like the court to instruct Mr. Cruz that that's, again, I guess for the third time now, that that's a wholly inappropriate suggestion to raise in any manner before the jury without having given notice, which he has repeatedly failed to do during the deadline set by the court, or from the point at which the court reiterated the fact that he had failed to procedurally give notice prior to today's date, which would be, well late of the time period in which he would have to do it. It would be 10 days late if he gave it today, but he has not. I would say further to the court that Mr. Cruz has represented to the court that he has no evidence other than what's in the state's file. Now, I guess he's making reference to this random tip that was received that Ms. Baker may or may not have been in a Mexican restaurant, which again doesn't say anything.
It was a police tip. It's not a random tip. It was in the
There is no
file.
evidence supporting this, which is a finding the court would have to make, even if Mr. Cruz had provided proper notice, which he has not done. And now in opening statements after a week of jury selections has intentionally violated the court's order. So I'm asking the court to instruct Mr. Cruz not to engage in any further statements regarding that type of allegation, as the court has already instructed him, and to refrain from engaging in any questioning after opening statements, as
What are you
is
scared
prohibited
of,
by Rule
bro?
412. So that's the state's objection that Mr. Cruz has intentionally violated the rape shield law, and the instructions of the state is asking the court to give Mr. Cruz again for the third time.
Jesus.
Just a moment, sir. Yes, of course.
What are you scared of?
Ms. Satterfield, are you able to read back the question prior to the objection? Are you able
Yeah,
to
she
do
wasn't
that?
even paying attention. Good God. That's loud. That's loud. She wasn't even paying attention. That's why she's asking for it to be read back. She's just annoyed at herself. She wasn't paying attention.
Would you mind reading that to the court? Thank you.
Look at her. She got frown lines. She doesn't have smile lines. She's got frown lines.
Of course.
What do you need time for? No, I know that she needs to know the precise language, but she also was not paying attention when this happened. She was like staring off into space. And it's such a weak objection. It's such a weak argument. What's she looking at? Oh, she's looking up the statute. I guarantee it. Making sure she knows what the statute says. Yep. Oh, come on, get on with it. Yeah, she's making sure she knows what the statute is.
able to find it. If you can't, that's fine. I'll go ahead and ask the state for something. I'll let Mr. Cruz respond. If you can't find it, that's fine. I am going to go back on the record when you're ready.
How about we do that now?
You good? Thank you for trying.
Annoyed. She's annoyed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yalmanchili, please tell the
Sniffing.
court exactly what you feel, the words that you feel Mr. Cruz deliberately said to violate the order that the court gave.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Cruz initially said the state can't prove when it is that Mr. Faust's DNA entered Ms. Baker's body. Mr. Cruz then said the police didn't follow up on this tip about the Mexican restaurant. Mr. Cruz then said it's the state's burden to prove that, and then said something to the effect of it could have gotten there when they had contact at that Mexican restaurant the night before the incident, essentially. Now, that's paraphrasing, but Mr. Cruz stated that there was a separate time when Mr. Faust could have had contact with Ms. Baker in a manner in which DNA would have been found in her mouth.
Why
in
is
her
that a
vagina.
problem?
That is a match to Mr. Faust, which they are not contesting, Your Honor. So I think that is pretty clearly a violation of 24-4-412 when
Okay.
no prior notice has been made and no showing.
So this is a rape shield law. And the point of it is to not slut shame a victim of sexual assault. But the other victim, as I see it, is Edrick Faust, and he needs to be defended as well. And there shouldn't be any issue with saying that they may have had some kind of contact at a bar, sexual or otherwise. It's not slut shaming her, and it's defending him in this situation for murder. Because he may be on trial for, sexual assault might be one of the things that he's being accused of and charged with. This man is on trial for murdering this woman, and there's no evidence that he murdered her. So they have to prove that there was consensual sex, or that there was sex of any kind, or that there's a possibility that his DNA could have gotten inside of her mouth from kissing or drinking out of the same glass. This is not about rape shield laws. And they are really grasping at straws, which makes me believe that they don't believe in their own case if they're fighting this hard right now over this one-liner.
Of competent evidence showing that would pass 403 examination has been presented to the court as required by 412. So that's the actions that I think that Mr. Cruz has taken in order to intentionally violate the court's previous instructions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz.
So part of the state's case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker doesn't know each other at all. I was telling them that the only time, they could have had contact with each other at this restaurant.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm sorry, there was a comment here that I want to talk about. Emmy said, Cruz cannot even suggest Mr. Faust interacted with Tara because the anti-rape law requires evidence outside of his word. That's why Cruz didn't file it. Cruz did file it. He filed it on January 20th. The issue is that there's a separate step that goes along with filing a motion in 412 in Georgia, which he did file. And that second step is that there needed to be an evidentiary hearing behind closed doors with the judge and the prosecutor. That step never happened. So the judge is actually wrong when she says he didn't file a motion, because he did. She did give him an opportunity to refile and to finish up the steps of going behind closed doors. But at this point in time, he's already gone in front of the jury. The case is already happening. Having that kind of confusion come into this case, I think would have also been very bad for the jury. But the point of the matter is, she misstates when she says he didn't she says he doesn't properly file. He actually filed a motion under 412B or 412, sorry, on January 20th before the trial started. But because that second step, the evidentiary hearing behind closed doors with the judge and the prosecutor, didn't happen, she's saying it's basically incomplete, but she's saying it's not proper. And that is a way to sort of tear him down when he actually did what he was supposed to do in this situation. They are really grasping at straws to keep this information out of trial and out from the jury. And so the idea that this is happening in this moment in trial, where they're chastising him and they are holding him in contempt because of I'm not even sure. He filed the motion. She decided not to rule on it. They didn't have an evidentiary. He said one line about the fact that there was a tip that came in to the police that Tara could have been at that Mexican bar the night before after she left the law library, and that there was a possibility that she could have met anyone at that bar. Other boyfriends, Edrick Faust, he could have been in the bar, she could have been in the bar. There are so many different situations that have nothing to do with slut shaming the victim, but do have everything to do with putting on an actual defense, a constitutional defense of Edrick Faust, in my opinion, allegedly.
Especially told me, or explained to me, that I could not make an argument.
For something, I'll let Mr. Cruz respond. If you can't find it, that's fine. I am going to go back on the record when you're ready. You good? Thank you for trying. Okay, thank you. Mr. Yalmanchili, please tell the court exactly what you feel, the words that you feel Mr. Cruz deliberately said to violate the order that the court gave.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Cruz initially said the state can't prove when it is that Mr. Faust's DNA entered Ms. Baker's body. Mr. Cruz then said the police didn't follow up on this tip about the Mexican restaurant. Mr. Cruz then said it's the state's burden to prove that, and then said something to the effect of it could have gotten there when they had contact at that Mexican restaurant the night before the incident, essentially. Now, that's paraphrasing, but Mr. Cruz stated that there was a separate time when Mr. Faust could have had contact with Ms. Baker in a manner in which DNA would have been found in her mouth and in her vagina that is a match to Mr. Faust, which they are not contesting, Your Honor. So I think that is pretty clearly a violation of 24-4-412 when no prior notice has been made and no showing of competent evidence showing that would pass 403 examination has been presented to the court as required by 412. So that's the actions that I think that Mr. Cruz has taken in order to intentionally violate the court's previous instructions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz.
So part of the state's case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker doesn't know each other. Only I was telling them that the only time they could have had contact with each other at this restaurant. The court explicitly told me, or explained to me, that I could not make an argument about consent. So I'm not making an argument about consent. A big part of their case is there's no way possible that these two can ran into each other. I'm just addressing that fact. Nothing in regards to non-course with regard to 412 or in regards to argument of consent. Now, I am arguing as a court observer that it's the state's burden to prove that occurred. That's as far as I understand that I can lawfully go, considering non-course work beyond arguments.
Mr. Cruz, what would be the purpose of even mentioning the possibility of prior contact if it wasn't to violate the court's order?
Because the state's position is simply that these two would have never run into each other. We're just getting that back.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, since it is my motion, that is a complete and total misrepresentation of what just happened. Mr. Cruz was talking about the DNA and the fact that the state's contention is that the DNA came into Ms. Baker's body when his client was raping, sodomizing, and then murdering Ms. Baker. And then said, alternatively, that could have happened if they had run into each other at this Mexican restaurant the night before in the context of where the DNA came from.
That's not what he
said.
said.
So the idea that this is just an attack on the idea that Ms. Baker and Mr. Faust could randomly run into each other in some other social setting and that it has nothing to do with intimating that there was some kind of prior consensual sexual contact, something that Mr. Cruz seems to want to create the impression of with, as he says it himself, no evidence existing to support, is a violation of 412. And I don't see how it could be possibly interpreted as anything other than an intentional act on Mr. Cruz's part after repeated instructions from the court that he hasn't followed the proper procedural rules in order to introduce such evidence in his own statements that would support a finding by the court, even if he had given notice that there isn't any evidence, much less sufficient evidence under 403 to allow that allegation into the trial of this case.
Dude, you're going to have a heart attack.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Yalmanchili does get the last word. It's his motion, but go ahead.
I think the prosecutor's taking my statement and gaps is reaching. Here's evidence in the case. If one of their positions is that, hey, these people never came into contact with each other, we're allowed to rebut that evidence by saying, hey, they never had contact with each other. I am not speaking of sexual contact. I am speaking of private consent. The state position is just simply judge project on like for the state to get up and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt for its made statements about the DNA, saying that, hey, they could have had contact with each other. I didn't say they had sex at the Mexican restaurant. All I'm doing is saying, hey, there's a chance these two go around each other. I understand the other court's rules, but to get up, object, and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt and intentionally violate the court's order, that is not this. I have not said one time in this whole consistent with the court's order, consistent with my understanding of 412, that that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker have had sex. What I've said is the state may charge them with this offense, so they have to present evidence to support their allegations. And I've said it most different ways, but that is exactly what the position is now.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Your Honor, Mr. Cruz just said that it was about the DNA in his response. There is no other way to interpret DNA that is taken out of an oral sample and a vaginal sample that is male DNA other than claiming some sexual act. So I think not only is Mr. Cruz intentionally violating the court's previous orders, he's also being disingenuous in his representation of what just occurred in the courtroom, which the court saw for itself.
Tell him, Cruz.
That's all. All right. With regard to this particular moment, Mr. Cruz, we have had discussions about this issue. And I am finding that your comments were deliberate, that you are deliberately trying to circumvent 412. I'm not going to find you in contempt because this moment is very similar to an argument you made about the state's comments about a word that you did not agree was appropriate. Attorneys' comments, attorneys' arguments, openings and closings are not to be considered as evidence. But I am offering this to you, Mr. Cruz, as a warning that it is imperative that you follow the court's order. I've made several rulings with regard to this case. You are not allowed to talk about any issues of consent. You are not allowed to circumvent 412 without a proper motion. You have not filed a proper motion with regard to 412. If you do, the court will hear.
Okay, there it is right there. You cannot circumvent 412 without a proper motion. He filed a proper motion. She did not schedule the hearing. That is not his fault. Hold on a second. I have to tell Lindsay that I can take care of the groceries. Hey, babe. Yeah. I can bring in those groceries in just a little bit. Okay. Sorry, guys. The issue here is that she is going off of the emotion of the DA. That's how I'm seeing it anyway. The DA is basically getting up. He is choking on his own words. He's furious. He's telling her that that Cruz should be put in contempt. She's not even thinking for herself in this moment. It doesn't feel like. I mean, I don't want to take credit away from her at all, but it feels to me like she is flying by the emotion of what the DA is doing. She is saying that he didn't file a proper motion, which he abso-fucking-lutely did, and he did it on January 20th of 2025. The other part of the motion is that 412 requires that behind closed doors evidentiary hearing. That didn't happen. They're both being disingenuous with their arguments, not Cruz. The judge and the DA are being disingenuous with their arguments and trying to make Cruz feel like he is a small man and an outsider in this courtroom. And that's what my opinion is. Just a girl from the 6. Thanks for becoming a member.
Hear it. The state is correct. Even if we do hear a 412 motion, you have to have evidence supporting your motion. It can't just be something that you throw out there and assume
have the
that
fucking hearing then.
Is something that could be properly admitted. But until a motion has been filed by the defense regarding 412, my order stands, and you are not allowed to go down that road. Am I clear about that, Mr. Cruz? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury. You may bring the jury back in. Thank you.
Okay.
You all may be seated. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
The state's evidence includes, we mentioned the DNA, but what they also intend to introduce, and this is a question you have to ask yourself, with anything they introduce, how does this support that Mr. Faust is responsible for death, burglary, rape, escape? They intend to bring in a long-term girlfriend of Mr. Faust by the name of Miss Brenda Sweeney. Okay? Now, the thing is, Miss Sweeney and Mr. Faust were in a long-term relationship. They are not strangers. Okay? The state won't present any evidence of strangers coming in saying Mr. Faust broke their house and did these terrible things to him. But what Ms. Sweeney will testify to, you may get 3 different things, because I believe we've gotten 2, okay? Police go to Ms. Sweeney's house when Mr. Faust is first arrested, the news story, right? She's getting phone calls, you'll see this. She's getting phone calls from people saying, hey, did you, I don't know what I'm assuming, pretty much she ends up saying that, I just had a phone call that Edrick has been arrested. So what happens is law enforcement goes to her house, and the way they find her, based on what the officer said, is police reports. Mr. Faust and Ms. Sweeney have a tumultuous relationship. They fall a lot, okay? There are police reports of Ms. Sweeney calling police on Mr. Faust, and saying he beat her up, and she gets arrested because there's witnesses saying, no, it's the other way around. She was jumping on him. You're going to hear testimony from Ms. Sweeney where she says, hey, Edrick hit me, and I beat him so bad I threw him into a DJ booth one time. Edrick took my car without permission. I went to his grandmother's house, and I beat him so bad he was trying to get me off of him, so he was scratching me. And other people had to come take me off of him. And she's going to give you multiple stories like that. But during this interview, it gets to a point where you see that this interview stops. And she says, hey, the worst thing I can say that Mr. Faust has done to me, he's hit me, and when the relationship is over and I'm with somebody else, he did something. Won't leave me alone. Police don't take that as true. When they didn't get this scandalous story from Ms. Sweeney about how terrible of a person Mr. Faust is, it's terrible, black with your significant other, what they say is, a young lady has been killed. And we want to get justice for this young lady. And we know, he's a terrible guy and he's done terrible things to you. And just like we want to get justice for this young lady, we also want to get justice for you too. And she says, wait guys, I don't know anything about a code case. I don't know anything about a girl Donna. All right, are you saying Edrick did it? Yes, believe he did. And Brenda, you were involved. You were with her at the time. And you just see her, she misses her, and she said, what, how am I involved? And he says, well, Brenda, you were with them, so forth, so we've seen police reports with you too. And then she pauses for a second, and she says, Edrick used to force himself on. And the officer says, oh, tell me more about that. Tell me more about it. And he says, did he punch you? She said, yeah, he punched you. Was he violent? Yeah, he was violent. When he would do this to you, was it vaginally, orally, anally? She said, well, you'll hear it. She says, I don't know, for me, that. Right? And they continue talking to Ms. Sweeney. And it gets to a point, and they may present it, they may not present it, but I want you to know this is evidence that may come in this case. It gets to a point that Ms. Sweeney is under so much pressure. Forgive me, I forgot these. Ms. Sweeney tells law enforcement that she's had multiple strokes. So she's physically suffering, and she also says it affects her memory. But it gets to a point where they get Ms. Sweeney so worked up, she says, y'all, God just gave me something. She said, I'm very biblical. She said, this one time, Edrick went to this house, there was this girl, and I don't know what he did, they set the house on fire. And they say, well, did he hurt the girl? She says, I don't know. Says, did anything taken? She says, yeah, he probably took the TV. He probably took it to his stepmother's house. The officer asks, well, how do you know this? Did he tell you? She says, he must have told me. I knew too much. And police at that moment, they don't take it like, oh my goodness, she may not be in the best space to talk, right? They continue talking to her, tells them all types of fantastical stories. But what ends up occurring is, once I find out about Ms. Sweeney's interview, you'll hear this too, that's why I say it's two sides. I speak to Ms. Sweeney. She comes to the court in front of the investigators that interviewed her, in front of the prosecutors, in front of Mr. Faust, in front of myself. And she says, I felt like it led me to those answers. She says, the only thing that I can remember from my relationship with Mr. Faust is that there was one time that we had consensual sex, and it was not violent. The state will introduce Ms. Sweeney, not as evidence supporting that Mr. Faust committed these crimes against Ms. Baker, but to get you emotionally riled up.
Yep.
And that's why we chose you as jurors, because we believe that you will focus on the evidence. They're also going to bring in an individual by the name of Mr. Cedric Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries is serving a 105-month federal sentence.
Snitch.
You learn about this case
snitch.
multiple people. Since 2001, I know at least one officer has testified that there's been people from prison call with tips, like, hey, I have this information, can I get a deal with them? Now, what you learn in this case, Mr. Jeffries is going to testify that I don't have a deal. I don't have a deal. But what you have to admit is that after he testifies in this case, he doesn't have a deal now, because it would be terrible for him to have a deal now. Of course, we're talking about his deal. What happens after this case, after he testifies and says Mr. Faust told him in 2003 that he committed this crime, I'm getting into the details for you. Federal prosecutors are going to meet with him. They're going to review the transcript. And if they determine that Mr. Jeffries assisted the state in this case, he is going to receive a benefit. Okay? You have to consider that information and determine his credibility. But this is what he says. He speaks with, he sees the news. The news breaks and Mr. Faust is arrested. He's in jail. He says this. So you'll hear this. In a minute or with their recording. He's sitting there watching TV. He sees Mr. Faust get arrested. Okay? He doesn't call police. He doesn't say, hey, correctional officer, come here. I know something about a crime. He calls his lawyer. You'll hear that he reaches out to his lawyer. And of course, we don't know what the conversation is with his lawyer, but he ends up meeting with the lead investigator in this case, Miss Elizabeth Bigum. When he meets with Miss Bigum, she says, hey, tell me what you know about this case. He says, well, when I was 14 years old, Mr. Faust came to my house. And he was saying, oh my goodness, I'm about to get into it with police because they know that I killed this girl in your farm. Okay? That's what he's going to testify to. So police ask him, why did you wait 20-something years to say that? And Mr. Jeffries says the most important thing and the reason why he's testifying in his trial. Mr. Jeffries tells him, jail helps me remember things. But you'll hear from Mr. Jeffries. That is the state's evidence. Not a single shred of evidence will place Mr. Faust in Miss Baker's home. And the state has told you themselves, they've admitted it. We don't know how he got into the house. The evidence will show that Chris Melton admitted that Ms. Baker had a key to his house. You have to decide if it's reasonable that Ms. Baker.
I'm going to sustain that.
Yes, ma'am. But the state will rely on Cedric Jeffries, who, when he walks in this courtroom, he is serving a federal sentence right now, 104 months. And this isn't the first case Mr. Jeffries has testified on. Now, he may admit it, he may not admit it. But Mr. Jeffries at this time has testified on 2 other cases. He is a witness that gets in on cases and comes and testifies for the state. Something that's important, you're going to hear the interview of Mr. Jefferson before he may admit it, so may not get into the interview. You're going to hear Mr. Jefferson, one of the things he says is that I've never heard of this case before. Okay, and the state brought it to your attention that Mr. Faust stated that, in his interview, he made statements about Ms. Baker, and we're going to get into those statements. But before I get into those statements, I want to talk to you about sketches you'll see. The state is going to present sketches to you, okay? And what these sketches are of African-American men walking through Deer Park neighborhood, right? Police does a canvass after they found out about Ms. Baker's death. And during this canvass, they're talking to neighbors saying, hey, what did you see? The person that stays directly across the street, hey, Your Honor, maybe switch back to the
We've gone through quite a bit of this. I'm going to fast forward a little here.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you'll see is I mentioned the blue chart. I think you all have it there, but the house with the blue chart is Sarah Baker's house. The house across the street, I believe that is Mr. Matthew Owens, Mr. Jay Anderson. I may be mistaken. I think Matthew Owens definitely stays there. Mr. Jay Anderson and another individual. And when police come to talk to them, what they're going to tell you is that you see a guy in a bright orange shirt. And as you know, in UGA country, you don't wear orange if you're trying to be here. But we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. He's wearing khakis or jeans, and he was walking in front of, down the street in front of Ms. Baker's house. And the officer asks, can you describe him? He says, yeah, he has like small afro hair, black male, orange shirt, jeans. He said, well, how's he walking? He said, he's just walking regular. Just walking. But he says, I leave to go away, walk away from the window for a second. He says, maybe,
I'm going to fast forward just a little bit here.
And he says, when I come back, that person is gone. I don't see him anymore. He says, no way they can make it to the end of the street. He says, I can see both sides. He said the person had to cut through the houses. And then you would hear from Ms. Tiffany Wright. And that is, I think, Jay Anderson, but the evidence will show the proper name. He doesn't do sketch, just clear. But you will hear from Ms. Tiffany Anderson, Tiffany Wright, who stays right here, just out here. She's the one saying when she's coming out of her house to get in her car, she also sees the white guy. She gets the same shirt, one shirt, blue jeans, khakis, walking down.
I just want to get to the next objection.
So you travel from this neighborhood here and stop through your car and cut through and go to the Walmart.
I'm going to fast forward just a little bit here.
Sure, to what the state has told you, that Mr. Faust was told when he was arrested, we're arresting you for murder and aggravated assault. They hadn't asked him anything. That's what you're here for. Murder and aggravated assault. Mr. Faust is confused. He talks to him. He chooses to talk to him later because, of course, he's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. While they're talking to Mr. Faust, they didn't tell him whose murder. You will hear Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell ask Mr. Faust, did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? And that's how they asked him. Did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? Mr. Faust tells him, I vaguely remember, and this is a paraphrase, not a quote, but I vaguely remember it. I think I saw something in the paper about him. You will learn. Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham show Mr. Faust a photo of Ms. Baker. Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham tell Mr. Faust Ms. Baker's name. They don't say, Taylor Baker case. They just say, hey, you heard about the cold case from 23 years ago. They don't even give Mr. Faust the opportunity to explain the DNA because what they tell him, and this is very important stuff, they tell him, why is your DNA found in that house? Mr. Faust said, house? I've never been to a house in Deer Park. My DNA in the house? Your DNA is in the house. And just as much as I'm here to exonerate, I am here to hunt. But the truth is, as I've told you, the evidence will show there's not a shred of evidence putting Mr. Faust in the house. They didn't have that evidence. They misled Mr. Faust. And of course, here he's charged with murder and aggravated sodomy. He's probably freaking out. But he says, I don't know anything about the house. I don't know that woman. But again, they never gave him an opportunity to confirm what they were talking about. No name.
Right.
No photo.
There it is. Just
the cold case from 23 years ago in Deer Park, your DNA was found in the house. What you're learning in this case, one person lies to police over and over and over and over and over.
Chris Melton.
One person simply said, I've never been to a house in Deer Park. Whatever you're talking about, I don't know. And the person that's in the next year is Mr. Faust. Now, Miss Baker, as we all know, is a very beautiful woman. They showed us a photo, but the photo that Mr. Faust was aware of, it's a glamour shot. The photo that you all saw was not a photo that was shown to Mr. Faust. I do predict that the state, they may change this, I predict that the state is going to attempt to play for you an audio version of Mr. Faust's interview. Because the video version will show that Mr. Faust was given no information other than that he was charged with murder and aggravated sodomy for a cold case that occurred 23 years ago. On the video, you will see no pictures shown to him, as I mentioned. The state's evidence may get you emotionally riled up, but those are not answers. I think this is significant for everybody to know. So in 2001, Mr. Melton is told, as I told you before, that Ms. Baker sexual assault that they had in there. I mean, I said sexual assault, but he knew. They told him 2001, and that's when he came back with, I saw her 6 days before she passed away. When he was meeting with Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell, they told him, hey, we found another person's DNA in her body. And Mr. Melton's response was telling. Mr. Melton himself said, sounds like she was with someone else.
There it is.
Objection.
Objection.
This is evidence in the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go
It
into the
is
jury room for
evidence
one more
in the
moment.
case.
Please don't discuss the case.
A witness, okay. Deep breath, Mel. Third party culprit is the one who said this to the police. It is in evidence. No one is slut shaming here. This is evidence. Okay? All right. So let's see what happens. And this is where it gets ugly. And then we're going to probably end it right after this because I definitely have to go.
Statement that since Mr. Yalamanchili had made the 412 arguments in the past that he would handle.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
John, as the court's
Shouldn't
aware,
happen.
as the state's aware, if Mr. Cruz wasn't aware before we started all the pretrial motions in this case,
Crazy.
he ought to be aware now. Making reference, whether it's a statement made by some other witness, whether it's elicited direct examination, cross examination, or any other method to a relationship between Ms. Baker and anyone else that was not noticed by the defense as a 412 act is prohibited by 24-4-412. I'm not sure how much clearer the statutory language could be. I'm not sure how much clearer the court could possibly have been in its instructions.
He's
but whether it's Mr.
chastising
Cruz
the
making
judge
reference
and
to a
trying to
statement
make her
that some
feel
witness
guilty.
made during an interview with law enforcement, or whether it's Mr. Cruz eliciting the testimony on direct examination or cross-examination, it is all prohibited by the rule, which Mr. Cruz has violated now for the second time in his opening statement. It does not matter. It does not matter one bit whether or not Chris Melton said that in an interview to law enforcement for the analysis of whether or not it is admissible and the methods that must be adhered to if the defense intends to admit it in any way, shape, or form, Judge. And so this is the second time before we've called the first witness to the witness stand that Mr. Cruz has violated 412, and what seems at this point to be an intentional pattern to try to work his way around the laws and rules of the state of Georgia as it relates to admissible evidence in cases involving allegations of rape and aggravated sodomy, Your Honor. So again, at this point, I don't know what the remedy is that the court wants to enact, but obviously telling Mr. Cruz not to do it isn't effective because he's not listening and he's not following the court's orders.
God, he's like a little tattletale.
Cruz.
Why don't you try smiling more,
Any
sir?
response?
Absolutely. I'm actually blown away and in shock that the state is taking this statement to be a 412 argument. Our theory of this case is that Chris Melton committed this crime. Chris Melton's statement, when he's confronted with DNA that he already knew was present, that she was with someone else, had it has nothing to do with us trying to get around 412. That statement is for the sole purpose of showing his consciousness of guilt. He knew this information in 2001. He told the exact same information in 2024. And his response isn't, oh, my girlfriend can't believe this happened, you guys are pondering. His response is just simply to say, oh, well, must be me, she's with somebody else. There's no evidence that I intend to present that Chris Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. There's nothing intimate that Ms. Baker knows, that Mr. Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. The purpose of that statement has nothing to do with her character, but her 24/12 sexual character. The purpose of that statement is to show Chris Melton's response. When he's presented with evidence, he gives a response that's inconsistent with the person that is innocent. So this isn't a 412. I understand the state may not like what I present, but that does not mean I have to preview every single statement I have to them so they can prepare their case. This is open statement. I respect what I believe in, but I told you that most of the times. This is not a 412 argument. This is Chris Melton who knows nothing about Ms. Baker's sexual history, being confronted with a piece of evidence and making a statement that shows consciousness of guilt in our. This has nothing to do with sex.
It's consciousness of guilt evidence. Ugh. And this biatch.
As this court has stated multiple times, this is the second time today, multiple times during hearings, that there is a process that must be adhered to in order to get the appropriate permission from the court to introduce statements, evidence that another party objects to. In this particular case, it is a 412 motion. We have talked about this over and over again. What I have said over and over again is that the defense has failed to file a motion under 412.
Bullshit.
The state did. The defense has failed to file a motion, and I've said many times that if the defense files a 412 motion, even though it's not timely, the court will consider it. There has been no motion filed. Mr. Cruz, you've been made aware many times that you are not to bring in this kind of statement. I mean, I realize I have said several times today that opening and closing arguments of the attorneys and arguments are not evidence, and I'm going to say it again when the jury comes out. But you've been told many times that in order to, I'm talking now, Mr. Cruz, thank you. You have been told many times that in order to present statements like that, ask for the admissibility of evidence like that, you have to file the proper motion. And the court may consider it, even though it's not timely. as I just stated 10 minutes ago, I do find your statements to the jury to be avenues to circumvent 412. And it is not appropriate. I'm finding you in contempt of court. You have had the opportunity to explain yourself, and I'm finding you $1,000. And you are to present that $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. Put it into the registry of the court. And that is my sanction for continuing to not abide by this court's orders. I don't know how many times we're going to have this, but it really can't happen again. $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. You may bring the jury up. Thank you.
Pay it in dollar bills. Pay it in dollar bills. Look at that. Ugh. She's cunty. All right. I'm going to finish this up here.
Be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that any statements made.
Fuck off. They know. I've been saying fuck
At the end of this
today,
case,
y'all. Sorry.
When you go back home and you're sitting around the dinner table and someone says to you, why did you find Mr. Faust not guilty? You're going to say, well,
He's angry. I feel
I was fed a wealth of information. All this information came and it boiled down to one thing. The state couldn't prove that Edrick Faust was the person that killed Tara Baker. The state could not prove or present evidence that Mr. Faust was in Miss Baker's home. All of the hair found on and around Miss Baker's body was Caucasian hair. Mr. Faust is an African-American man. And that's why we voted not guilty. The prosecution in a murder case is required to prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or a speculative doubt, but a reasonable doubt. They have to present a case from you from A to Z. If A is Mr. Faust's DNA and Z is law enforcement's investigation, they never answer the question of G and H and I and J, K. They don't answer the questions about no. They don't answer the questions about hair, even the hair found in her hand.
Yes.
If he did it, why would she have somebody else's hair in her hand? Why would she have non-African-American hair in her hand? If Mr. Faust did it, how did he get in and out of the house unseen?
Without leaving his DNA anywhere.
Why didn't anybody see a black male running through the neighborhood? If he did it, why would he take so much time cleaning up her apartment? He doesn't know who stays there. There are 3 bedrooms. If he's a stranger, why would he take that time to clean her apartment? This was a crime opportunity. You all swore to uphold the law, to hold the state to its burden.
You sure did, and you failed.
There's evidence here of reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust did not kill Miss Baker.
Yes,
and it is not just sprinkled through this case. Reasonable doubt lives in this case.
It's like this.
When you all have heard the evidence in this case, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. In this nightmare for Mr. Faust, I am asking you individually and as a body to find Mr. Faust not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel, for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, we started a bit late today. It is certainly late. I am going to give you a lunch break, even though it is certainly late. I'm going to ask that you return here at 4 o'clock. We're going to try to get it.
Oh, I can't stand her. Jesus. Okay. Oof. All right. I got to calm down. Yeah. I think it says AI says that. Bite My Bits said failure to hold hearing in response to 412 is usually abuse or of discretion or substantial error. I am not a lawyer. The way I've interpreted what I have read about 412 is that the completion of 412 happens when behind closed doors with the judge and the prosecution and the defense presenting evidence of the motion under 412. That is when the proper filing is complete. Now, again, I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming that in a court of law run by a judge, the judge is responsible for scheduling. I mean, I don't know, crazy, but so that's what I will say about that. I think it's probably strong for appeal. I don't know what's going to happen with his appeal, but it makes me want to pull my hair out. Yeah. So they lied. They lied on him. They lied on Mr. Cruz. I don't like it. And sadly, guys, I have to run. I am way, way, way over schedule today. I do appreciate you all sitting with me for this one. I'm going to go take a breather. And tomorrow we're going to start with the first witness. So after lunch, after they do lunch, we'll start with the first witness and we'll go through it. So it may not be like every day is day 2 or day 3 of the trial, but we're going to get through it. I don't know the schedule yet for tomorrow. I think it's probably going to be around the same time. Might be a little bit later, like 1 or 2, but I will definitely let you know. You all are amazing. Thanks for the new memberships. Thanks for getting us over 5,000 subs, y'all. I'd love to know your thoughts on this case. So if you want to debate it a little bit more, go over to our private Facebook group, which is the Something's Off with Mel Barrett and Rebecca Lavoie discussion group, and discuss away. Thank you all so much for having the conversation with me today. We talk about really hard things on this show sometimes, and I appreciate everyone's humility. I appreciate everyone's kindness. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here with you. I'm glad to be talking about this case. I think feeling angry about this and wanting justice is also a healthy reaction to it, because it doesn't seem like justice was served here for the family, for Tara's family, for Edrick Faust. And I just hope that we can get enough ears and eyes on this case in another round. I know that there were a bunch of people watching this and doing it in real time, but I feel like we have an opportunity at sort of a second wave. So I really like to I need to find the give, send, go for Faust. And if you guys have any suggestions about people associated with the case who I should have on the show, let me know. You can email at somethingsoffpod@gmail. Let me know what you think. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Not bright and early, probably, but later in the afternoon, Eastern time. And yeah, I'll see you on the flip side. Thanks for watching. Bye.